changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep. I'm riding with a heart up on my sleeve. I ain't even sure it's mine, but I'm gonna let it be. No instructions to the shit, so I add another piece. Playing ladies with my life, I'm trying to build a dream. I'm riding with a heart up on my sleeve. I ain't even sure it's mine, but I'm gonna let it be. No instructions to the shit, so I add another piece. Playing ladies with my life, I'm trying to build a dream. I'm riding with a heart up on my sleeve. I ain't even sure it's mine, but I'm gonna let it be. No instructions to the shit, so I add another piece. Playing ladies with my life.
Testing. Okay, it's working. Sweet. Hey guys. I want to. And I woke up dead and I changed my mind and I want to live. And I changed my mind and I want to. What's up, Dave? Oh, what you working on today? Thank you. I'm doing well. I went to sleep and I woke up dead and I changed my mind and I want to live. Nice. Cool. Nice. I love that you're a stoner dad. Stoner parents unite. It makes us better parents, okay? I don't care what no one says. I grew up with my parents smoking a lot of cigarettes, I always hated the smell. And now I smoke weed, and my parents are like a little bit judgmental about me smoking weed. It just got legalized there, so I think it's improving. But it's just an herb. Like, it's an herb like tobacco's an herb. Love it. Is the audio okay, by the way, guys? I got this playlist from Ryder. I was like, what's that? Send it to me. It's very hype. I need the hype energy. I got the sads, man. I got the sads, but it's okay. We're working through it. The hype energy helps me get back on stream and feel motivated. Audio seems good. Okay, cool. As long as it's not like screaming at you or something. It's about time to redo my hair, I think. We're probably gonna do like self-care. Self-care. That's self-care. Some organizing, watching some videos. Phil DeFranco's streaming on Twitch, so the world is healing. I know a lot of people are really upset right now. I am unfortunately not surprised. We can get into that a bit if you guys want. I don't know how chat's feeling, what you guys want to do, what you guys want to talk about right now. We're just getting started, so we'll take it easy for now. But I do have some thoughts, some opinions. Okay, wait, which sites am I on? I'm on Fansly, I'm on Twitch, I'm on Kick, I'm on YouTube. I think I can smoke weed on all of these places. So I don't have to, like, be sneak about it. Sure, if you'd like, I'm interested. Well, I mean, like, just the overall divisiveness. Not just on the left, because it's absolutely on the right, too. I've never really been a huge fan of, like, the
Growing
left
up,
versus
I never really knew my grandfather.
right paradigm, personally. I've never vibed with that, but I just kind of, like, landed somewhere on the left because that's what I aligned with most. And yeah, just over the years, especially the last 4 years, there have been many people on the left just like ready and waiting and wanting somebody's fucking head to bite off, about things that should be more able to like converse through and talk through and have like a discussion and, you know, inform people and, you know, yeah, and I, you know, this in 2021, I was on like kind of the receiving end of some wrath from some people who I believe were on the left. You know, they were calling out racism when it comes to the Ahegao face and stuff like that. And so my take on it was like, hey, I feel like there's a lot more nuance here, and what you're doing is like actually pushing people away from working with you to advocate for people, because when it comes down to like policing a facial expression, and you're going to say anyone who has ever done this facial expression is like a racist piece of shit, like issues like that, um you know, is very divisive. I'm gonna pause real quick. Some chatter big bad legion said, ew, you look like a Destiny fan. I'm not a Destiny fan. I know Destiny. I thought maybe at one point we were developing a friendship, but it's a complicated relationship. I feel emotionally abused, to be honest with you. Um so I'm not a Destiny fan. If Destiny wants to talk to me about something, he's free to do so, but your body, my choice. I mean, you wish, dude. You wish. Like the thing is, like a lot of like conservatives or fucking cringe people like Nick Fuentes will say things like "your body, my choice." It's like, bro, you're gonna fucking lose your whole dick and balls like that. Like you are going to get fucked up. That is why like there's like men who complain like, oh, women like trying to be masculine. That's why it's happening. Like fucking dickheads like that. Maybe not the whole reason, but I'd say a good part of it is why you're going to get your absolute shit rocked by somebody who was born with a vagina. Like, okay. Um, the other thing being, I think is a huge thing, um, things like war in Israel Palestine, like, that's just like, I begrudgingly voted for Kamala, like, with a pit in my stomach, like, the whole time. My state voted blue. So it's it is what it is. To a point, it was like the better option, but not really. I think just overall the voting system is pretty fucking trash where it's at right now. And there's a reason people don't want to participate in it. Destiny is a mega cuck. Okay, there's nothing wrong with being a cuck. Like the thing is, like the ways that people criticize Destiny, I think is so like childish. To be honest, there are a lot of really valid things to criticize Destiny about, but like overall, the cuck thing, super childish. It just screams incel. It just screams like I'm a man who wants to like control my partners, whatever. He has cuck stances and views too. I mean, like, okay, but like you are ruining your argument entirely by saying that it's like some sexual based thing. Like it's just not it's not it's not landing. I get that like a bunch of conservatives will like circle jerk like calling Destiny a cuck. I bet they're fucking jerking off to that shit, bro. Like it's fucking weird. Like y'all got some weird fetishes with like Destiny being a cuck. Like that's it's none of your business. Like I don't know, man. I'd rather hang out with someone who's a cuck though than somebody who's like an actual pedophile like Donald Trump, but like whatever. I lean towards Trump mainly for the economy. I don't enjoy paying 25% more for your groceries. I heard actually that anybody who's making below 75 thousand dollars a year is actually going to be paying 4% more in taxes under the Trump administration. If I'm wrong and you have some data on that, please send it my way. But that I don't know. And it's also like I feel like many political people have campaigned on making life more livable, and it's been pretty sparse as far as that actually being actualized. So if that's your choice in that matter, I get a lot of people are choosing that. So look, honey, I respect you, but let's be real. I rather jerk off to real women than a beta male. I mean, but your obsession with it is like telling everybody else that it's like some kink of yours. So like if that's the case and you prefer real women over, jerking off to like Destiny being a cuck, um then probably just like talk about, I don't know, real women that you enjoy more often than you talk about Destiny being a cuck. Because like I start to get confused when I like click on a Twitter account that's criticizing Destiny, which like I said, valid reason to do so. But it's just like reply guy like obsessively messaging Destiny about how he's a cuck, but you're not interacting with any other real women. You're just messaging Destiny about how he's a cuck or telling other people he's a cuck. That shit is weird. That is some weird fetish that I don't understand. Um, and if that's not a fetish you actually have, just be considerate that like if you're vocalizing that constantly to people, they might start to think that. I respect you more than Destiny. That's all I'm saying. Well, saber shoots. I would say I appreciate that, but I'm not really like phased or affected by whether or not like people on the internet like or dislike me at this point anymore. So cool, but also just there's so many issues, so many bipartisan issues, as Pump Daddy has said, like the cost of living, maybe more creating more programs like mutual aid, stuff like that to meaningfully help people. I think is a better use of your time than going around on the internet calling Destiny a cuck. Personally, in defense of Destiny, there's nothing wrong with cucking. There's nothing wrong with it. 2 consenting adults, 3 consenting adults, 4 consenting adults, however many people you want to involve in your cucking. It doesn't matter. It's not like, it's not, it's just not, bro. It's not the conversation that I want to participate in. Even though, ironically, I am right now, but the more people talk, the more slippery flaws they stand for. Be precise and focus on the essentials. I mean, you're the one who came in here fucking saying that Destiny was a cuck. What are you talking about? Blue hair and politics aren't a good combination. Well, okay, so I dyed my hair Merlot, this like red wine color, and I take a lot of baths. And so naturally, this is the color, because it was like a purple hued red, that it came out like this. So I was actually just talking about how I need to re-dye it. But jumping to the conclusion that blue hair or whatever the fuck is a representation of your politics is just, that's why I dye it purple, because like I'm not about this like left versus right, like at each other's throats, tear each other down political game. I am purple. It's fading. It's fading, okay? It was blonde before. You got a natural beauty, and I think you're cute. Well, I think you're a cuck. I think you're secretly a cuck, and that's why you're so upset about Destiny being a cuck. Anyways, moving on. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Hello, Sapista? How's it going? Everything doing good? You know. Casting them healing spells with my blue hair. It's pretty effective, actually. It's pretty effective. Glad to hear. Yeah, it just started. Yeah, I just woke up this morning, started some laundry, got my cozy ass up here on stream, because I was wanting to get on stream yesterday, but my fucking back was killing me, so we're probably gonna do some yoga today, too. Purple is a mix of blue and red. You don't say! A finely tuned balance of hot and cold, but why not stream right through it with a string unique gold instead of doing what's been told? Or are you a poet, Saber? Didn't you hear that all opinions based on feelings are too vague and therefore essentially wrong? I mean, okay. When it comes down to it, I feel like everything is based off emotions, like art, the way that governments have been run over history. Like, as much as people really want to convince themselves they're like entirely logical beings, they are not. They're fucking not. The most logical people, or whoever prides themselves as logical, that I've ever spoken to will have emotional breakdowns. Like, they will, like, it's like, if your sense of logic, which is entirely perspective based, and what you have experienced in life, and the science that you have learned, and whatever you've been told, which science is ever changing, like, a lot of people, when they're confronted with their own logical fallacies and their own cognitive dissonance, they will break down. So as much as like the most logical people out there can convince themselves that that is why they do what they do, there's another side of that. So I prefer to embrace logic and emotion and understand, like, oh, okay, like, this emotion's coming up. What does this mean? Where does this come from? Rather than, yeah, just entirely dismissing emotions, which is such a vital part of the human experience, and just like we wouldn't have the art we have, we wouldn't have the governments we have if like people didn't have emotions. It's like yeah, and incorporating that could actually make your logic stronger, in my opinion. So authenticity is where it's at. Your perspective matters. You feel me? Yeah, valid, valid. But tell me, darling, can you tell me what's your purpose of life is? Or just in general, what's the real purpose of life? I think the purpose of life is entirely subjective. And honestly, maybe people don't like that answer from me, but it's, yeah, it is subjective to a degree. If you were to ask me personally, I would say love, healing, growth, um, alchemizing the negative situations you've been placed in or stumbled across, the mistakes you've made. Um, yeah, I'd say the purpose of life is to, yeah, to be like an alchemist and to love each other as much as possible and to, yeah, I don't know. And you know, somebody else could give you a completely different answer. Maybe something like religion driven or whatever. Objective? That's what she said. There's a joke. What's the objective? Like yo dick? Like what? Like a girl is like about to have oral with you, and she's just like in like Call of Duty mode, and she's like objective sighted. Like, what's my end goal? To be a vibe, to love, to be loved, to create, to live sustainably, to leave the world better than I left it, or found it, rather. Hopefully. Hopefully. We'll see. Like, I'm not in control of that. I've made a lot of mistakes. But I do think that there is a lot of power in your voice and the things that you do and the way that you live your life. And I feel like I've been through a lot of shit and alchemized a lot of shit, and I feel really hopeful for the trajectory that we could go on. And I feel really proud of myself for everything that I've been able to get through thus far and everything that I've learned. Sorry, I actually love you, but I'm being real with you. Let's call it tough love. Listen, bitch, I've had enough tough love in my life, okay? Like, okay. There's like, okay, some degree of like debate or like challenging me that I can vibe with, but like just the raw tough love, like fuck. Stop, man. Listen, I used to get beat and told that was tough love. That shit fucked me up. That shit led to like me being a worse person, and I've had to like figure that out and heal that mostly on my own. So some tough love is just projecting the abuse that you've received. And I think that there's like healthier ways to have conversations than to say like, oh, Destiny's a cuck, I respect you more than him. But I mean, maybe Destiny likes being called a cuck. I don't know. Who am I to say that? Who am I to police that? Maybe it helps him with views and make $40,000 plus a month. Maybe you guys could just go to all of my YouTube videos and just call me a cuck and like just hate watch me, give me more views, you know? I want to buy a house, so don't say worst person because nobody should identify with anything negative. Oh, well, thanks, Saber. Thanks for being kind to me. Okay, I'll reframe that then. I have grown a lot from recognizing that behavior that was done to me as a kid caused harm to me and to the way I connect with others. So I am becoming healthier in the ways in which I relate to love. Yes. Okay, that sounds better. Cool. Reframing. I have to do my journaling prompts from therapy. I had my first full length therapy session. I had the intake appointment like over a week ago, but I had my first full therapy session on Monday, and oh my god, I cried like a little bitch. Oh my god. But yeah, she gave me some journaling prompts that I'm gonna be working on this week. So it's rough. It's rough. I kept like, okay, Dad, I love you. We then knew what happened when I was a kid. We know, okay? I love my family. I love them. I want to preface this, what I'm about to say with that. I love my family dearly. They've made a lot of mistakes, as have I. But I have a lot of shame projected onto me by parental figures in my life. And so my therapist, and this is something I've done like spitefully when I felt like I was being mistreated by my family, I would call them by their first name instead of like family member. And so I was calling, my family by family member, in therapy, and my therapist was like, call them by their first name. They don't have power over you anymore. And I'm like, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. Soy. I am very soy. Actually, so, okay, as a soy alternative, I have been trying chickpea miso. It's actually fucking fire. So if you're not a fan of soy, there's other alternatives, like if you like miso soup, chickpea miso fucking slaps. I said cuck because Destiny has a tendency to use power words for shock value, so I reverse his behavior to effectively save us time. We all a bit cucky sometimes, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, I don't really like some of the phrases Destiny likes to use, but if you were aware and present for the lore, you'd know that the use of the R word and the Minecraft yourself, I think is really fucking harmful, but it's like I get the edgy like shock value of it, like probably get some clicks, but you need to be nicer to yourself. That's what I'm saying. True. Okay. Don't say Lil B. Look, each word your tongue utters. Okay. Is the spell like read from a magic scroll? Your words shape your reality. Okay, I agree with you. But like, okay, I was sad. I wasn't being a little bitch. I was sad. I was really sad. I was like finally because the therapy I had in 2021 was a Zoom call, but I was like in person for this one, and I was finally like in a place where I could just openly talk about the things that have fucked up my brain without people jumping down my throat and saying you're wrong or like you're exaggerating or yeah, well, other people have it worse or whatever. It was just like me talking about my shit, and yeah, it felt really good too. Yeah. So, the thing is about that word, and words in general, is I, out of respect for other people, don't feel like I need to use that word. I grew up in an adult foster care home, and I was around a lot of people with mental disabilities. My brother's autistic, I'm autistic, my son's autistic. So I just, like, I was called that. I love you, brother. I was called that by my brother a lot growing up, as a, like, I think it was him kind of taking the power back because he had been called that so often. So I was called it a lot, like when I would act ridiculous or whatever. I don't like it anymore. I understand that people will like take the power back of a word, so I'm not gonna like, police it like that, but just because I know from firsthand witnessing the negative impact that people being called that had, I don't I don't use it. But I did make it a point to actually get banned from DGG one time because they were allowing the use of the R word, but they weren't allowing the use of the F slur. So I was like, well, what if I'm not calling anyone it? And if, you know, like, if like, you guys can call people the R word, but I can't say F slur just as F slur in an objective way, like, that doesn't make any sense, and I got banned. Man. Oh well. Oh well. Autistic people are not our word. Yeah, I agree. But retarded used to be a clinical diagnosis. So it did get lumped with people who had Asperger's, which we don't call it that anymore, or autism. So it's like kind of a, yeah, it's just kind of a derogatory ableist kind of word, which it's like, I get different people have different connotations with it. That's just my perspective on it. But I think what's, you know, like a lot more severe than that is the yourself comments. As somebody who struggled with suicide, since I was like 12 years old, I have like a visceral body reaction to when I hear someone say that, because I think it's so fucked up with like how many people actually are killing themselves, that like people will so callously just say things like that and not really consider that, yeah, like people are killing themselves. That's pretty fucked up. But yeah. I have no idea. Man. I guess it's all inclusive then, huh, Draw? Jeebus. Oh, Sap Sisa says, strange. I noticed that people are still upset or excited about governments. I used to just move on when I had bad feelings about where I live, just pack my things and do what I wilt. Strange. Yeah, okay, so I kind of have felt like that, like, a large portion of my adulthood. Like, things are weird, whatever, I'll just fucking dip. Which I think a lot of humans have nomadic tendencies, which is, like, valid. But at the same time, like, I'm conflicted. Like, I want to move to another country. That sounds epic, dope, amazing. They're already got their shit figured out. But then at the same time, the United States is such a fucking, like, world power, and the things that they do impacts other things so fucking heavily that I'm like, if all of the people who give a shit just leave, and then just, like, everybody who's left here just is like, yeah, level Gaza, fuck the Middle East, just blow it all up. I just feel like we're fucked as a human race, to be honest with you. So I think it's important that the people who are, you know, anti-war or wanting to do anything to avoid, like, civilian casualties should be speaking up, should be still residing in those places, trying to level the playing field and not let things get so fucked up, you know? First of all, that music is lit, but it's not really calming for our sanity to the present moment. Do you have perfect peace within yourself at this very moment? Maybe not perfect, but, like, honestly, this type of so the thing is about music, it's like different people like different things, and different things calm different people. My squirrel brain, sometimes I do like the dun 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 music to help me think. And I know that sounds like fucking silly to most people. You're like, what? but for my brain, I'll turn it down a bit though. I'll turn it down on OBS. For my brain, it scratches it just right. But I respect that not everyone in here is a squirrel. I am squirrel-brained. No, you're not in here. You don't understand. I say that as a term of endearment. It's all on a spectrum to describe behavior pattern that's been instilled, but colors can change just with some water and palette, aka environment, and broaden new perspectives. Yeah, I agree. I actually, when I talked to Destiny after, I listened to an audiobook on stream called Scattered Mind by Gabor Mate. And it talks about the relationship between like ADD and ADHD and trauma. And I think it's a really important thing. You use powerful words to look when magicians use curse words. It's a sign of mania. So I think mania is an interesting concept. So I've heard people refer to it as like creative energy misused when someone's like in a manic state. Bro, she meant her baser instinct. What does that mean? I knew Destiny before he was even famous and was a normie StarCraft player. I mean, I've been following Destiny since probably like off and on. I want to say like 2018 or something like that. I like saw him like in briefly, I think like 2014 when I started on Twitch. I think I saw a lot of the big streamers, but I didn't really like invest my energy in getting to know them other than like I think I watched a lot of Lily Pichu and Nikki Taylor at the beginning. Um but I knew him before he like really went heavy down the politics route. Well, not new, but like saw him around. Um and yeah, it's interesting what politics can kind of do to people and the internet and like gamer culture and because I'm sure that like you yourself comments were normalized as they were in the internet circles I was a part of when I was like 13, 14 years old. Misused. Wait, I forget what I said. Oh, the manic energy, yeah. That's what I was saying. You get happy when you make others happy. You know what, sweetheart? Start with the woman in the mirror, and tremendous miracles are ready to be made. Dude, I totally understand what you're saying. But as much as I have done like self gratifying, like make myself happy self care things, I can't get it out of my head that like I'm meant for like a greater purpose and doing more in the world than just like individualism. Um, I feel like so many times when I talk about like the world or like how things work or how we treat each other, like a lot of people are just like, focus on yourself. Bro, be focusing on myself. Like, it's not. Welcome back, GMC. It's not. I don't think it's how humans work, really. Because, like, say if you're like alone and you don't have friends or you don't have family, you don't have a partner, and then you just focus on yourself and you just do self care for the rest of your life. Something's missing. I feel like community and like helping society is like immensely important. And it's a part of the self care because I personally view like life and other people as we're all connected. Um, like you're me and I'm you, and as much as like we have different perspectives and different realities and different upbringings, like I do believe the benefit of the world is the benefit of me, the benefit of society, the benefit of like the country. You also have to find yourself. Bro, I've been told so many times to find myself. How where do I find myself? Like what do I do? And what makes you think I haven't already done that? That's what I'm curious about. Because like what does that look like? Do I find myself with a Trump hat on? What does finding yourself look like? Your name literally means contentment. I mean, I'm pretty content other than like I have to work for a living to pay bills. It can be a lot. It can be a lot every month, like with how much bills have gone up. So hopefully, Trump keeps his promise and like helps that for people. I really was vying for people like Bernie Sanders, or maybe people who would do some kind of like universal basic income, or, something to kind of help with more sustainability for people who can't, just work their ass off like some people can. Man, but this thing about politicians having power over people is kind of tricky. Only those persons who don't have such auto control, like auto capability of emotional control themselves. Guess that I wasn't clear, but it is what it is. Yeah, if you could kind of try and clarify a little bit more, Sapista, I could maybe understand where you're coming from more. You find yourself when you manage to obtain perfect peace within yourself no matter what, and I repeat, no matter what. Okay, that's valid. Like, I do think that is a journey, though, and I think that I'm getting better at that. But it is like for me, like I would know myself, I would know why I am the way that I am, I would know myself to that degree. But as far as being unbothered by things, there is like scientifically proven, like as far as PTSD and CPTSD goes, there is a nervous system impact that trauma has on you. So that journey of like finding myself does, I feel like, include a lot of like therapy and like somatic healing, because like my nervous system, like I don't want to like, but like I've self-harmed since I was 12 years old. And my current therapist used to self-harm, and so that, journey of like finding yourself and being like completely unbothered, it is a journey. It's not just like you look in the mirror and you do it and it's done. Because there's a lot of external circumstances that impact that. Um, and I wish I could be like Gandhi or Buddha and just like be just completely zen, but like I said, that is like a journey. Um and I would be like really hard on myself in the past for being impacted by the things that other people would do or the way that other people would treat me. But what has helped me alchemize that is actually speaking about it, because I don't think people realize, as much as you can be unbothered, that the people who are lost and don't find themselves kill themselves. So, I feel like it's important to speak about those things because it's a journey that we could help each other on instead of it just being so hyper individualized and left to the person who's often suffering a lot to just figure it out. You know? Look, you never clearly told me what your end destination goal is. So where you want your journey to lead. I have a few ideas, but it's just like to a lot of people those are pipe dreams. So I tend to keep my big picture and kind of long-term goals a little bit more like close to my heart, and I do share a lot of them. Um but yeah, I guess what's yours, Saber? Because be as precise as possible. See, that is something that I've learned though, is like sometimes oversharing those things, people will kind of like pick at me and be like, "Oh, well, what about this or what about that?" Um, which is valid to have like criticism, but it's not it's not always helpful like towards actualizing that. Sometimes like keeping it like a little bit to yourself and like, which I share a lot. But like the big picture things, I'm a little bit scared to. Like, because it's like I know how far off that seems for people. But essentially, like, yeah, it is to leave the world better than when I got here. Um, and I'm only one person, so I feel like a lot of that is done within like community. Hi, Fez. Oh, I appreciate you, Fez. Thank you so much for being here. See where your habits are making it difficult for you. You are super smart, but it's like having a fast car in a race where you need to make correct turns. You see what I'm saying? Make many correct turns. I do see what you're saying, yeah. So, Saber, What is your goal? Where do you want your journey to lead? And what would your advice to me be, given your perspective that I'm smart, but it's like having a super fast car and needing to make many correct turns? I guess I just have to be a really good driver then. Or like let off the gas a little bit. I don't know. I think I kind of just word vomiting helps me. Maybe it could be a bit more precise. Sapista, I don't mean to belittle those who struggle with emotional self control, but it's worth noting that these are the people most affected, if not the only ones. Hmm. So instead of treating people as if we are their parents, wouldn't it be better to provide gentle support that fosters self control and the ability to emotionally independent and resilient rather than encouraging extra sensitivity? Hmm. I see what you're saying. I'm not saying to treat people as if they're your children or to parent other people. Um, I'm definitely not saying that. What I'm saying is for society to kind of like understand their own traumas and their own callousness and cruelness and how people will unnecessarily project that callousness and cruelness onto those who are sensitive, um, to cope with how they didn't get that gentleness or they don't feel like that's necessary because of their narrow lens on reality. Um, so I think teaching resilience is a huge important part. But I think what would prevent a lot of suicides and a lot of problems our society is facing is to not feel the need to be so callous and cruel to people over small issues or over misunderstandings. I think it's like tainting the people who project that onto people. And this isn't like everyone by any means. It's like a select few people, but that perception of like I'm going to be horrible to this person cuz they need a little tough love or they need a little like whatever, um I think is a projection of their own trauma. I feel like they were parented in a way that was probably a little bit fucked up. Um and so they're projecting onto other people that that's what other people need as well. My answer will open up a whole new topic that I don't think you're ready for. Almost too humble. Do you understand your value? You're more powerful beyond belief. You know this, right? Your unique value to life is absolutely precious. Thank you so much for the kind words, Saber. I appreciate you. But yeah, I'm open to like a new topic. If you want to say whatever comes to mind. Posture check. I didn't even notice that, Stan. Thank you. Yeah, sure, guess that is right, but people aren't obligated to act in certain ways. Nobody is forced to do anything. Same goes for us. We're not obligated to put up with bad people, just as no one is required to put up with us, even if we're in genuine need. I mean, that can be true. That you're not obligated by any means, and I'm not obligated to sit here and say the things that I'm saying. I'm not obligated to do anything that I've done with my life, but I want to. I choose to. Sometimes like the choices have been a little bit less thought out and it's been more like impulsive, but at my core, I want to provide that. I want to be a part of that care and compassion and understanding, even for people who have been deemed bad. Um, that is a choice that I'm making. And I do believe that if more people were to make that choice and lean away from individualism and more towards like mutual aid and community care, that would improve the world. So no one's obligated to by any means. You could just sit and be a hedonist. You could be destructive if you really wanted to be. But the way that I choose to be and the way that I want to be more is like providing more care. Actually, after I went to vote, I felt a little bit soul crushed after voting for the first time ever. And then in the parking lot, my battery had died because I've been having issues with my van. And my battery had died and we're waiting to jump it. And then a group of anarchist abolitionists came by and asked us if we wanted chili. And they gave us hand warmers, and it was snowing. It was like right after we voted, like the snow was just fucking pouring down, like huge flakes. And so I was just like freezing. They gave me a candle, a lighter, sandwich, 2 bowls of chili, some bread. They're just going around giving homeless people tarps, making sure people are taken care of. By no fucking means are they obligated to do that. They're not being paid by anyone. They're not fucking sent by anyone. It was just a group of people around my age or younger, like early 20s, who are just like, it's fucking snowing outside and there are people homeless and they're suffering. So they're like, we have the means, we're going to go ease suffering. They're not obligated to do that. But holy shit, does people who choose to do that make a huge difference in this world? Otherwise, you guys would not be talking to me. When I was homeless, the people like that who fucking gave me the time of day and treated me like a human being, not knowing whether or not I was a good or bad person, are the reason that I am talking to you guys today. Chill, please. No, no, I will not chill about that because I'm so passionate about that. Because I would not be here talking with you guys if people like that did not exist. It's not an obligation, not at all. But because that kindness was showed to me, it feels much more like an obligation to me that I reciprocate that kindness to other people, that energy to other people who might not deserve it or might not need it. Because a lot of people who are on the streets, who are homeless, they have made mistakes. They might feel like a bad person. And that was like my thing about, with Destiny and the yourself comments directed at Hassan was like, okay, you feel like the world would be better off without this person. Many, many fucking people who are suicidal are constantly thinking to themselves, the world would be better off without me. I should just go. That is, it's problematic. Like the idea of like a good and a bad person. Like a lot of good people will convince themselves that they're a bad person because they've been treated badly or because they've made huge mistakes. So I don't know. I'm a little bit nonpartisan about helping people when it comes down to it when people are at their worst, because I feel like a lot of people who do bad things or are like out to get each other um, are traumatized. And I know that like a lot of people don't like that terminology, but at the end of the day, like if all you've known your whole life is like someone degrading you, belittling you, being violent with you, the likelihood that you're going to either just completely shut down or learn to cope by becoming that, it's so great, and experiencing abuse, like a lot of the time you will feel like you're the bad person, like what did I do wrong that made these things happen. So I feel like it's a very nuanced, complex topic, and a lot of people look at like people as good or bad in a very black and white way, and I do not think that that serves the way that humans operate at all. But please answer my question. I'm asking you, do you wish heaven to exist? Yes or no? Literally, I'm kind of like Buddha. I got you. You told me that to start a new topic. You ready or not? Okay, so the topic of heaven. So I am jack of all trades, master of none. Especially when it comes to philosophy, I could do a lot more research, a lot more reading. I was raised in a Christian household that turned to, I don't know if you would call it evangelical, but I have some friends with evangelical parents who say it is very reminiscent of that. But just the type of Christianity that is like you need to repent or you will go to hell. So when I was beginning to self-harm at 12 years old, I was consistently told that if I commit suicide, I will go to hell. I went from being, the Christian girl who would go to church and ask um, Jesus to forgive me and accept my soul into the kingdom of heaven. I went from doing that to being a very rigid atheist at the age of like 13. Um, so that journey um, pissed off my Christian family a lot. My issue with Christianity and the very strict heaven versus hell thing was that a lot of people who were preaching this were very devout sinners themselves. And the circumstances that I was under made suicide feel like the more viable option. Um, so I resented God. I resented religion. I resented all of it. Um, Turned to like strict scientific whatever ideology, but just mostly resented religion. Um, and so that brought a lot of conflict to that differing ideology. Um, Fast forward to 18 years old, I tried psychedelics for the first time. So I tried mushrooms. Um, then I believe I tried acid after that, and then I tried DMT. So DMT was the one. So mushrooms, it was just kind of like this vague, like, oh, like there's there's like I thought like doomer, like, oh, I hit rock bottom, I'm homeless, life sucks, fuck everything. But then there was like this like weird shift, and where I'm like, actually, I'm actually just happy to be alive. I'm okay where I'm at right now. If it wasn't for like homelessness being criminalized so heavily, I think I would just be happy being homeless and just like living in nature, living off the land, like but you know, like you can't do that. They put an eviction notice on your shit. You have to get out. Like you can't just live in the woods. You're not allowed to do that. At least in Texas, which is where I was. But yeah, mushrooms kind of helped me open my mind up to like other perspectives, and like that I really did value life and being alive. And even if I had hit rock bottom, there was so much potential to go from there. Um, but then acid was just kind of trippy, woo, whatever. But DMT, I blasted off, and I had like a religious, like spiritual experience where I felt like I was experiencing like the past, present, future all at once, memories that weren't mine. I felt like I was in this like collective consciousness. Um, which is, you know, a lot of people will refer to this as that. So, my idea, wrapping this all together, my idea of heaven is not like in biblical terms. My idea of heaven is a bit more broad than that, that actually kind of incorporates Buddhism. Somehow I feel like past lives fit into there. I'm not sure how. Consciousness is like vast, and there's just so much to explore. But my idea of heaven is like some kind of like soul sanctuary, if that makes sense. Um, I, I'm still putting together those concepts. I'm very like I used to be atheist as a teenager. I'm now, I would say, spiritually agnostic, if that makes sense. Um, yeah, it was kind of a long explanation, but kind of just explaining like how I come to the conclusions that I do. Because I know to some people they're like, you do drugs, blah, 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 and they don't understand what that's like. Um, and I don't even myself like fully understand. I don't want to claim to have all the answers, but I was taught in a very dogmatic way growing up that this is what it is, and then I rejected all of that, and then I kind of came to my own conclusions as I grew as a person outside of that really dogmatic religious environment. Um, do I wish heaven to exist? It's not a matter of wishing. I feel like I'm kind of in full acceptance of like if it does or doesn't. Um, I do believe that there is something after. Whether that's reincarnation, whether that's like collective consciousness, like some type of experience. I don't know entirely. Um, I don't want to claim to know because I don't know. I'm just theorizing right now based off of like what I think. Um, do you wish if you could be the decider? Mm, if I were God, if, or like, or I don't know what that would look like. That's the thing. It would depend on what that would look like. It's really subjective because the things that I was taught to believe didn't really make sense to me about what heaven would look like. But what is the need of heaven if there is no belief or for Christian religion? Like I am not Christian, just a Thelemite dude doing shit. What is a Thelemite? But I like to understand people. Hydrate. Oh my god, Stan, I don't have anything to hydrate right here. I'm so bad. I need to go get a drink. Okay. I'm okay, so Saber, the fast car thing that I do, it's when I don't smoke weed. Where like I love weed because it helps me like slow my thoughts down because my thoughts are usually like and then this and this and this. Um so smoking cannabis for me helps kind of like mellow me out. So if you're telling me to chill, it's because I haven't smoked weed today. How would you wish your heaven to look like if you were God and could make heaven however you would like it to be? I feel like there would be different areas of heaven. I feel like there would be a portion of heaven for people who have really just like in their lifetime done all they could, owned up to every mistake, made peace wherever possible. They're like the picture of like a good person, but that's very subjective. There's a place that they would probably go. They would probably be like the architects of like what that expands into. And then there would probably be a different section for reconciliation with mistakes that you've made, things that could like borderline get you sent to like hell. Um, but it's like I wouldn't view hell as like the way that the biblical version of it is. Um, because like honestly, I think some people who would be going to hell would get off on that kind of torment, but you know, I don't view it like in such a binary way. I feel like there would be different kind of like places of heaven depending on the type of life you lived. So like say if you lived like a life where you tried your best, but you were just like traumatized and like just getting shit on and you didn't really have opportunities, you died like of a drug overdose, homeless or something. Like there's probably a place in heaven for you where you're, you know, which some people would view a drug overdose as suicide and that would send you to hell in some Christian religions. I feel like there would be a part of heaven where people would be able to yeah, like have reconciliation and community and healing. But then I guess is that trauma only in this vessel, in this body, or is that a part of your soul? Like, is your soul being traumatized? And that is all of this is just so vague, you know, like what is a soul? And so I don't think with my current human existence, I am fit to be God. I am not fit to be God. I have a lot to learn. My soul needs to go on much more of a journey before actually creating the structure of heaven and hell. Um, but I don't think it's so like black and white. Like there's this just like objective kingdom of heaven where the good people go and then the bad people go here. Um, Please respect my messages. Don't hesitate to pause and double read my texts. What do you wish to happen there? You're the artist slash creator for heaven to all of us. Imagine you have the ability to craft. Okay. Are you even reading my messages properly? I'm hyper precise and clear on my wordings. I'm a writer and a perfectionist to the best of my ability. You're also a Destiny cuck caller, man. Okay. I am not sure what you're asking of me. Because I did answer it to the wording that you chose, but it isn't like so simple as I'm acknowledging my flaws as a human being to not be able to be the one to create this. I feel like that's a collaborative effort. Niz, in my opinion, heaven is wherever you would like to be best. To some people, heaven would be like Las Vegas. To others, that would be hell. Valid. And that goes into kind of what I've been saying most of the stream is how subjective things really are based off your upbringing and who you are as a person. But with my religious upbringing, something that I've really been leaning towards, like with the concept of like, okay, like the world's gonna end, we need to repent now. That fear and that ideology that creates separation, like there are family members of mine that believe like Hinduism, or anything like that isn't the word of God in the scripture is Satanism. So that I don't vibe with. So the direction I lean based off that upbringing is what if we could create heaven on earth? Which I believe is fully possible, but it takes like a lot of effort, a lot of communication, and trying to figure out how to coexist with and understand differing ideologies and find common grounds in that. Okay, I'll help you. A person wants heaven to be full of kittens, happy people and balloons. What about you? You keep overcomplicating this. Bro, my overthinking, overcomplicating brain is so muscular. I am really good at that. I'm so good at that. Um my heaven, specifically mine. The thing is, you said, what did you say? How would you wish your heaven to look like if you were God and could make heaven however you'd like? So, okay, here's the thing about me is like, as much as you're telling me to focus on myself and what I want, I do kind of think like bigger scale, like how would this affect everyone? So you're thinking of it more individualized, like me, Cassie, if I could pick a heaven for myself, what would that heaven look like? Okay, I understand you now. All right. So my heaven, and I'm free to invite people. Okay, that makes more sense. I was thinking of it more like structurally, systemically, like how would good and bad people be handled. So, okay, my heaven. I kind of want to like draw this, right? Like I'm like a visual person. I'm like wanting to go into like a 3D program or to like draw something. That something like that would be incorporated like aesthetically. I need to finish that painting. I've been working on it for way too long. Um, okay. God, I'm thinking about verbally describing it. I just want to visualize it. So there's like squishy, fluffy, soft things as far as the eye can see, like bean bags or like stuffed animals or some real critters mixed in, and they're like frolicking and they're all getting along because all their needs are met. They're not in a state of fear. The animals, like the bears and the deer and the dogs and the cats, they're all just fucking vibing, bro. They're vibing hard. They're not hungry, whatever. Needs are met. They're just existing. they're entities. They live forever. They don't have needs to be met. They just exist. Um, their only need, perceived need or want would be, I don't know, like affection or like play or like, and there's beanbags and there's a giant screen to play Super Smash Bros. With all the homies. Um, there's like a LAN setup with like, RuneScape, World of Warcraft, whatever game you like, and everyone is just like has the ability to go there and chill. There's like Roman style kind of like bathhouses and jacuzzis and like um trees with plentiful fruit and things to eat if you so wish to. Um Cruelty-free meat, if that is what you enjoy, that has been manifested from the ball sack of God just into the earth, or the heaven. Uh, the clouds are made of cotton candy. The sun is always setting. This beautiful hue of pinks and purples, and the air smells like fresh apple cider. Just pulling things out of my head, just spitballing here. Um, listen, man. What else? There was something that I was missing that I was thinking of. This is why I gotta visualize it. We should do this on stream sometime, like creating heaven, like playing God, like when we're just like in Blender, like some kind of 3D program, just like creating it. Oh, and then we could like hang out in it in VR or something. That'd be cool. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. What else? What else? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, there's lots of instruments, like a whole orchestra's worth of instruments that could be played. Um, yeah. Yeah, I was wondering what that word meant, sapista. Thelema is a spiritual philosophy founded by Aleister Crowley in the early 20th century. It revolves around the central tenet, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. This means that every person should discover and follow their true will, which is essentially their unique purpose and path in life. Okay. Have more, and it's just poor resume. Okay. I love that you basically said that the biblical hell would be some people's heaven. Bro, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, no worries, try to get a drink soon. I will, Stan. I'm just like in a passionate conversation. It's a very complex thing to explain. In my belief, you are correct on your belief of what heaven and hell should be. Didn't like I feel like hell should be like being on the receiving end of the suffering you inflicted. Um, but in a way that makes you grasp the understanding of the pain of the other person, like maybe essentially like being in their body, like experiencing that in the way that they experienced it, because everyone experienced things differently. It would be more of like less of like a body hell and more of like a psychological thing, if that makes sense. Which I feel like I've been in hell before, like in this life, like like experiencing like unfathomable horrors or karma, like things I probably had made someone else feel but didn't fully realize I was doing that, and then it like kind of came back around. I feel like that has been a thing I've experienced, going with the idea of building heaven on earth. But yeah, I didn't realize that was what that was called either. We are opposites, but I feel like this conversation needs to happen. No, I love having conversations with people who disagree with me. I actually really appreciate those. Um, what about your friends and loved ones? What are they doing there? So they're playing video games or they're chilling in the bathhouse. They're maybe building some cool structures, like exploring their creativity, um, stuff like that. Yeah, they can continue to grow their charisma, their characters, like stat boosts. Can everyone have superpowers? You can have superpowers, but there would be limits if your superpowers infringe on anyone else's ability to exist freely. Then your superpowers may be taken away until some kind of reconciliation can happen with any parties affected. Mm-mm-mm. Technically and ironically and logically, VR in 10 million or 10,000 million years is your heaven you're talking about right now. Like, ultimately, it's a possibility, right? I mean, hmm. I don't know about the needs being met thing. Like, that would be probably like full dive virtual reality. Um, which I'm not really sure how that would work. We're coming a long way, I think, with like augmented reality and the glasses that are coming out. I think those are really cool. But as far as like all the sensory things that I'm talking about and like being interactive with other beings, I kind of, for myself personally, reject the idea of fully escaping into another reality and foregoing the current one. That's my hesitation with VR. I think augmented reality is what I'm leaning more towards, and helping people get their needs met in our current reality rather than escaping into a virtual reality. It's an old to new kind of thing. We practice it in a scientific manner, but with spiritual or religious goals. I see. Okay, bye, Stan. I'll make sure I hydrate. Love you. See you soon. God is the engineer of the simulation. You sounded like you'd be a good and fair God, right? But that's what I mean, though, is I don't want to be so egotistical to say that I am fit to be a God right now. Um, like, especially when it comes to other people, I think I could engineer my own personal idea of what heaven would be for myself. So I would see myself as like the God of my own life. But when it comes to other people, I don't think my soul has had that journey to really think I know what's best for other people in that way. Um, I think I would need to know more people and converse with more people and actualize what I meant to do in this lifetime before I could conceive of what would be good for everyone, if that makes sense. Are you fit to fully comprehend God and this existency? See, the reason I brought up psychedelics, like when I had my DMT experience, I felt like I was in that driver's seat. Like for a brief moment in my human lifetime, like 5 minutes human lifetime, but like what felt like thousands of years in the consciousness like lifetime wherever I was at. Um and after taking in, I'm getting goosebumps. After taking in all that was, I don't think my human mind could properly conceive of all of it and hold all of that in my current state. Yeah, I think being humble is really important. Having conversations with people that have different opinions is a good thing and needed, especially when it's a discussion and not a fight. Yes, I agree. Welcome back, Niz. What's my name? Sabershoots. What's up? Uh, what was I doing during your DMT shift? Close your eye. That's the thing is like I was experiencing it, and then it was like a dream, like coming back, like you start to kind of forget, but there's still like pieces of it that you can kind of hold on to, um, which ultimately changed my religious views and my philosophy as a whole, that experience. Um, but like what I remember of it, it was indescribably impactful for what there is to experience. Um, but it's not like I can like name like, oh, this happened, that happened. But it was like there were memories. It was like time did not exist, and there were like memories that weren't mine that were like playing, and I was like shooting through space. But I can't sit here and be like, oh yeah, this happened in 19 blah blah blah, and like I can't I can't recollect to that degree. I have done DMT since, but in much smaller amounts. I have not broken through on DMT, which if you're not familiar with psychedelics, like breaking through on DMT is like the more impactful experience you can have with it, as opposed to just doing a smaller amount. You're still like in your body, but like breaking through, you have left your body. Like you are somewhere else. Driving seat ain't the ultimate all-encompassing handler. Yeah, and I use driver's seat like as like a metaphor. It wasn't like I was like driving. I wasn't driving a car. I was like an entity like shooting through space. Exactly, Saber. Our senses are so limited. Like I and like after my first mushroom trip, like while I was high on mushrooms, I was like seeing colors like more vividly than I ever had. Um, it's like such a contrast. Like before, I was like living in it like a haze. Like things were like very gray. But then like during and after like psychedelic experiences I've had, like colors are more vivid. Like I actually have more attention to detail. Like things mean more to me than they did before. Like I was just more like indifferent and like nihilistic prior to that experience. You took shrooms 5 times, you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, and it's like I feel like to people who have never tried psychedelics, they just kind of like dismiss it as like, oh, dude, that's just drugs. But it, eh, it's a pretty impactful experience. It's very subjective though, but for me, it was life changing in a good way. Damn, yeah, weed can be psychedelic for people. I hear that. Like honestly, I get in really okay. So in hindsight, weed used to cause me anxiety. So I inspect that anxiety that the weed used to cause me, and I now see that as like a lot of that was my intuition, actually. The things I was anxious about, like when I was smoking weed, the people I was around, they did not they didn't have my best interest in mind. But now I smoke weed and it's like very calming. I have a really good connection with it. I feel like I still haven't smoked yet, but I don't need to smoke all the time, but it is like I would say like a meditative practice for me. Right, and I don't think we're meant to have it all at once, Saber. I don't think one person is meant to. That goes back to my thing about like not being so hyper individualistic and working together more because I believe that every single person on this planet has something to teach. Um and our capacity to learn from each other says a lot about where we're going as a human race. And I know that to a lot of people, some people are just like stupid, but like really to learn from a different human being and the very unique perspective they have gone through in life helps us become whole in my opinion. Pretty sure breaking through is just astral projecting, at least from the sound of it. I've heard people refer to it as that. Mm-mm-mm-mm. So my thing with psychedelics though, I've heard a lot of people address meeting entities, like looking around the room, like if there's any here right now, hello, welcome. Okay. Um, I have never properly met an entity on a psychedelic experience, although I've heard this from a lot of people. When I was 23 years old, I had a DMT pen and I had the immense desire to break through again and to have that experience that I had the first time I tried it when I was 18. And it wasn't like a formal entity sitting down and talking with me, but it was just like this loud voice in my head saying, "You're not ready. Like, you have more work to do, like, here before we, like, before you come back there, like, in the astral realm or whatever." Um, and I was like, being bratty, essentially, like, but I wanna know, I wanna understand, help me fix my life. And so I'm hitting it, and I get like I told the entity or whatever that voice was in my head saying, "Nah, not right now." I said no. I was being a fucking brat, and I got the worst migraine I had ever experienced in my life from that. I got a slap in the face, and I took that. I took that, and I was like, okay, got it, got it, heard. I hear you. And I've done it again since, but like this, like a smaller amount, and I just let it be what it was, and I got a lot of reflection of where I'm at right now from that last experience, which that was a few months ago. Um, but it's just so interesting. Psychedelics are so fucking fascinating, and I feel like the way that they have been criminalized is a crime. Um, honestly, yeah, I need to make the steps exactly. Exactly. I got you. I am 100% convinced. I know what I'm talking about. I feel I'm one of the smartest and wisest people on this earth. I hope you trust me when I say I have all the answers. But you need to make the steps. Okay. Yeah, more like a guardian to be specific. Yeah, it was like it was not like a scary thing. Like I've talked with people or heard stories who they've like encountered like scary entities like jesters or but I feel like if I encountered a jester, I don't think I would be too scared. I've definitely encountered a lot of like jester like archetypes in this lifetime. Um I myself can be like a jester, I'd say. Uh I'm not really like afraid of it, but I was a bit cocky for that experience. It was a very nurturing voice. It was a very like yeah, like guardian like entity. I mean Christian God Yahweh was also a Canaanite war god. Interesting. Really? I didn't know that. Guardian spirits can definitely be brutal like that and causing you migraines and such. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It's really interesting. Hi Sonic, I am back. Yes, I was having some tech difficulties. My pup actually chewed my headset cord. So, but it's all good. We got the backups. What if I told you all the psychedelics combined in all this life in the entire universe is smaller than a tiny grain of dust? Can you elaborate on that, Saber? Really appreciate the conversation, guys. I think I'm gonna start playing music again though. Sorry for my squirrel music if it bothers you, but I am a squirrel. Okay, I'm gonna smoke, get a drink, get a snack, do some self care today. Um, I appreciate you guys. How's your guys' day going, by the way? What do you guys have going on today? On this lovely Thursday? Is it Thursday? Ah, Saber, I see what you're saying. Then how cocky of someone to say that they have all the answers, no? Yeah, Niz, I agree with that. Have you taken the time to truly uncover the essence of your true will, the guiding purpose that drives your existence beyond the surface desires of everyday life? I think I have. I think I could do more with like dialing that in. You know what I mean? Um, but I do think to a degree I have. More than I ever have in my lifetime, at least. Planning up to get a passport. Nice, Sonic. Where you planning on going? Magnum opus. Ah, yes. There's a YouTuber I really like. She's a poet, and she did a video on her magnum opus. I really, really wanted to get more into doing stuff like that. I keep saying that. It's time to just do it. Okay, alright. It's go time, boys. Right now I have phone calls to make and work tomorrow, however, I am right now just chilling, enjoying the philosophical discussion. Awesome, good to hear that, Niz. I also have work tomorrow. Can you ask me something? Yes. What would you like to ask? Do you believe you have a soul? Yes. I would say yes. I feel like there's a lot of societal conditioning that has made me question myself and my beliefs and be hesitant to share them. If that makes sense. But I do believe I have a soul, yes. I believe I am me beyond this body, beyond this lifetime, beyond this thing, and I do feel like there's like memory loss, if that makes sense. And there's like periods of coming into myself and shedding conditioning that it's like a like a feeling of remembrance and familiarity and comfort when I'm feeling like true to myself and like loving myself authentically and empathizing with the mistakes that I've made and the person that I am and am becoming. But also it's kind of like the person that I always was, but I like suppressed that to be safe in that period, or at least the illusion of safety or something like that. I don't know if I'm listen, Sonic. Okay, sorry, the ad was like frying my brain. So there is a thread fishing you into your magnum opus. Yes. I've actually okay, so that's like some of the YouTube projects that I have been working on and making progress on, um, which I would say it's mainly in my head. Some of it's written down. Some of it's going to be translated through video memories that I've had over my lifetime. But yeah, I guess that's essentially what I've been working on in my mind, in my free time where I have time to think, is piecing together what that is, my why. Um, and I'm a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to it, so I think that's why I haven't really released things along those lines. And it's more just like lighthearted things. Because it is like so dear to me. Um, and I already know that it's not going to be well received by many people. But to the people who I feel like align with my soul, like I'm not going to suppress that or alter that to feel acceptance from people when that is so core to like who I am. So when I am ready to release that, and I am ready to put that like special part of me like out there, yeah, I've had a lot of bridges burnt, like friendships not work out the past years, a good portion of my life actually. And yeah, I feel like it's kind of meant to be at the same time. Okay, sorry, there was a knock. I actually have solidified it and remembered most of my past life. It is very mental, though. I have actually met people who have like very vivid past life recollections. Um, I would say anything that I feel towards that direction is more vague, like an inkling, like towards like this familiarity. I haven't had a vivid or like a clear past life recollection. What's effective soul draining activities in your opinion? Did your mother lend you your soul? Where do you think your soul came from? Ooh, okay. That's an interesting question. Um, I feel like that place that I was, the astral plane or whatever it was, I feel like souls would come from stars or like places like that. And it's not like inherently genetic, but I think it can tie into it in some way. I don't know how this works. I just like I'm trying to explain my belief system, and I know to some people it's like she's crazy. But it's like still coming together. I'm still trying to understand it myself. I've been actually asking a lot of people their thoughts on it, and a lot of people just don't have an answer at all. Um, But yeah, so now you know you have a soul, and now you know your why to why your heaven is beautiful. And now you know you need to be humble. What's effective soul fulfilling activities in your opinion? What's effective soul draining activities in your opinion? You sound like my like existential philosophical therapist right now. But your dad's uh all ancestors had to exist for you to happen, am I right? Yes. Yes. Yeah, so that's like a requirement. All my ancestors, my dad's and my mom's had to exist for me to exist. So I feel like that plays into a role, and that's like what I'm still kind of like constructing in my mind of how like genetics play into past lives and like ancestral lineage and everything like that. Um yeah, it's interesting. And also like could past lives be animals? Is that strict to humans? Like how does this all fall together? But soul fulfilling activities, in my opinion, um communicating with others, um like yoga, meditation, nature, exploration, um even gaming, like because gaming you can like depending on the game, like you can explore new concepts. I think if there's a sense of like novelty or adventure or exploring new ideas, I feel like that can be soul fulfilling as far as the gaming sphere goes. Soul crushing, I can imagine like, oh, you're on like a lost streak, you're just playing the same game over and over and over again, or like I would say a lot of things can be both, like social media. Like, so you're just constantly like consuming, reading like the doom scrolling, the worst takes online, the purposeful divisiveness. Like that can be soul crushing. But if you're going to choose to use social media as a tool to create, to change the paradigm, to launch new ideas, to communicate with each other, I think that can be soul nourishing at the same time. So I think yeah, like and I think that's different for different people. Like things like what comes to mind for me right now is sex work even can be both soul nourishing for being empowered in your body and in your form and being appreciated for who you are. Or you can be objectified and it can be soul crushing. So most of my answers are like this and that. So it's kind of hard to get a straight answer from me. It's a little bit complex. What's your opinion on Adam and Eve? It's complicated. This complicated. Do you think God created the snake to test Eve and her loyalty? Name a few soul draining things in your room right now, could you? Um, Organizing this wrapped up pile of thread and lights. And that is, I don't know how it got like that. It was from like moving and just throwing it in a box and throwing it in a box. Like, I'll deal with it later. Anything that I'm like, I'll deal with it later. Anything that I've procrastinated is a little bit soul crushing for me, if that makes sense. I will deal with it though. I just would prefer to have this conversation. This conversation I'm leaning towards because it is much more soul nourishing than doing that. Let's see what else. The pile of bills. The pile of bills is very soul draining. The art that I want to make, soul nourishing. The bills, draining. You feel it's a possibility that we're all related to Adam and Eve, even if they're just metaphorical characters? I feel like it gets kind of messy with like genetics and everything. Like, how did we like have so many diverse types of people when it was just Adam and Eve from the beginning? I also think of like Neanderthals and cavemen and how that doesn't really like align unless like they devolved in their descent from heaven. Yeah, there's a lot of like gaps. I feel like that would make that unlikely for me personally. If you have 3 words to explain your soul's resources, what 3 words would they be? What 3 word for your 3 values? Oh, okay. My soul's resources. Yeah, right now it's Saber asking them in Kick Chat and is, but I'm definitely down for more philosophical discussions in the Discord. Test Eve, God, or whatever is that thing that creates the conception of things. Also create the sex, drugs, good and evil and death and horrible things. Also waterfall, joy, Cassie, Catnip, art. So there is the will of being a being. We choose to be it. No? I'm a bit confused on that one. I most definitely think that could be a thing with the snake. However, I feel like that wasn't the case because he actually got legitimately angry and didn't have Moses, which Moses seemed more angry than Yahweh, and Yahweh seemed more angry about Moses breaking the stone tablets he spent days on. Why did Moses break the tablets? I read the Bible as a kid, but I haven't like done enough research on it as an adult, to be honest with you. It was a little bit of a trauma response to avoid it. My hint is T. We are multicellular beings, multi-cluster organisms bound by love? My hint is T. Interesting. A hint for me. But isn't this a subjective question that you're asking me? For the 3 words. You're all good. Welcome back, Sonic. If you have 3 words to explain your soul's resources, what 3 words would they be? What 3 word for your 3 values? Time, energy. Ah. Attention. That is true. That is true. So you're asking me the question, but you already had an answer. That is a very good answer, yeah. He broke the tablets because Aaron and the Israelites made a golden idol while Moses was on Mount Sinai getting the 10 Commandments. I see. Okay. This has been a amazing conversation. Yes, I am Saber. Thank you so much. This has been an amazing conversation. I would like to put it on pause temporarily while I go resource this vessel that I am currently existing in with some water and snacks. Quick cannabis hit for the road. Cheers to all of you. There is that things we had on life as humans or whatever we chose it and it wasn't put over us, we just chose it. Moses/Moshe. Is Moshe another name of his? Also denied God's will sometimes, and he wasn't obligated to do things, he just chose. But there is no other person's right they're up to be chosen to if he just moves forward and don't give a shit. Okay, wait, let me hold on, this ad is killing my soul. Ads are soul crushing. Let me reread your last sentence. But there is no other person's right there up to be chosen to if he just moves forward and don't give a shit. Are you saying that anyone could be chosen? That like you just have to kind of like step up to the plate? Is that what you're saying? Aw, Saber, well, I look forward to getting to know you more. No, you're all good, Sapista. You're all good. Definitely follow, join the Discord. Would love to continue these conversations with y'all. I'm not leaving, as in getting off stream. I'm just going to take a break. Oh my god, I love this song. Okay, I love y'all. I love y'all so much with my entire being, and I am praying for peace and joy and love throughout all our lives. You'll be back in 8 to 10 minutes? Yeah, probably me too. I'll be like 10 minutes, guys. Okay. Much love, guys. I'll be back.
What do Elma, Jimmy, and Marcus have in common? They all grew their businesses with Fiverr freelancers. Whether it's for building a new e-commerce store, seeking marketing or business consultation, boosting performance with a variety of AI services, or even if they're an architecture firm looking to get more work done. It's all made possible with Fiverr freelancers. Join millions of business owners already growing their businesses with Fiverr.
Sometimes it can feel like there's no way out of treatment-resistant depression. You take one antidepressant after another, and they aren't working for you. It's like you're going in circles. Turn to a different choice. Spravato is the first FDA-approved nasal spray taken with an oral antidepressant for adults with treatment-resistant depression. Spravato can cause sleepiness, feeling disconnected from yourself, your thoughts, space and time, dizziness, fainting, spinning sensation, anxiety, and breathing problems. It's taken under the supervision of a healthcare provider who will monitor you for at least 2 hours after taking Spravato. Don't drive, operate machinery, or perform activities that require full alertness until the next day after a restful sleep. Spravato doesn't prevent suicide, reduce suicidal thoughts or actions, or replace hospitalization if needed. Call your doctor right away about unusual changes in behavior, worsening depression, or thoughts of suicide. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions in people 24 and younger. Spravato is not for use in children. There's a risk for abuse and misuse. Don't take if you have a blood vessel disease, an abnormal connection between your veins and arteries, a history of bleeding in the brain, are pregnant or may become pregnant. Spravato is not for use as a medicine to prevent or relieve pain. Spravato may cause serious side effects such as increased blood pressure, problems thinking clearly, or bladder problems. With fewer depression symptoms, you may begin to feel like yourself again. Ask your doctor about Spravato.
None of my friends can even tell. I wanna fucking die, but I never say it. Sick of getting high, but I do the same shit. I can't even cry, so I try to fake it. I hate it. I pray to God, let me die in my sleep. I pray to God, let me die in my sleep. I'm sick as all the secrets you keep. But the truth is I don't wanna be me. I pray to God, let me die in my sleep. Now I'm waking up and I'm not living off the words I know you said. I feel like I'm alive and I'm gonna make it. Baby, if I cry, I don't have to fake it. I'm giving up so you can take it. Heaven only knows
Whiskey's about old world tradition.
Tradition's great, but peanut butter whiskey's delicious.
Aye, like a smooth wind up your kilt.
Is that a summer kilt?
It's all seasonal, really.
Screwball peanut butter whiskey. Screw the usual.
'cause all that's waiting is regret. Don't you know I'm not your ghost anymore? You lost the love I love the most. I learned to live half a life. Now you want me one more time. And who do you think you are? Running around leaving scars, collecting your jar of hearts, and tearing love apart. You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul. So don't come back for me. Who do you think you are? It took so long just to feel alright. Remember how you put back the lights in my and tearing love apart. You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul. So don't come back for me. Don't come back at all. Who do you think you are? Running around leaving scars, collecting your jar of hearts, tearing love apart. You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul. Don't come back for me. Don't come back at all. Who do you
Need inspiration? Shop King Supers for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. King Supers. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
We've locked in low prices to help you save big store-wide. Look for the locked in low prices tags and enjoy extra savings throughout the store. King Supers. Fresh for everyone.
close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let it rain on your spark. Get close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let it rain on your spark. Get close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Let it rain on your spark. Get close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let it rain on your spark. Get close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let it rain on your spark. Get close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let it rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Hello, friends. How's everybody? Cheers, boys. First cannabis hit of the day. Don't be afraid of the dark. I worry sometimes that I have too much in there. It could use a little bit better organization, but I am so glad that you enjoy it. Okay. Like I said, jack of all trades, master of none. Hopefully someday master of many, jack of all. But for now, only so much time in the day, you know? But yeah, feel free to like info dump in any of the rooms. Definitely appreciate seeing that. I also just like, I'm all for free education. So if we can like educate each other and like that can be, and other things that I want to create can be kind of like a reference point of like just different perspectives. That's really my intention with that. So appreciate that a lot. Would you say you're a master of philosophy? My headphones are like kind of breaking, I think. They like slide down. Alright, does anyone have any video recommendations of like current events in the world, things you think I should be aware of? I might watch some videos, switch off the music, but yeah, I'm probably gonna be like organizing, doing some yoga. Probably gonna be ordering a soldering kit soon and trying to teach myself how to solder cords because yeah, my puppy got some funny ideas with this bad boy, so it's brand new. Also, if anyone has some money-making cheat codes, I need like 10 grand by the end of the year to sustain myself and to pay off some debts. So if you have any money-making cheat codes, let me know. Let me know. I might check out Swagbucks. I used to do Swagbucks, but it's like, I feel like it's not even minimum wage. I just gotta go back to corn farming. I took a break from corn farming to take care of some things, but corn farming is a good living, you know? I just, you gotta be consistent. Gotta water the crops. I should really take my Patreon more seriously on this account though, because I do have some lovely few subscribers who keep subscribing despite the lack of content, which I appreciate y'all very much. I have $2 in my Patreon account right now. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna wait until that gets bigger. But yeah, I do have Patreon if you guys are interested. Got 2 paid members. Thank you so much for supporting me. Maybe I'll work on that a bit today. Mainly, I'm just gonna be putting like slice of life stuff on there, like memories, some art projects, some music projects I'm working on. But I do want to take it a different direction going forward. Not sure if... Yeah, I just really need to rethink the tier options, I think. Right now they're just discombobulated. Let's see, how do I edit tiers? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like philosophy is a pretty difficult one to master, but a very useful interest and skill to have, nonetheless. Hello, Beast from the East. How are you doing? Pinky! Oh god, I need to change that. I gotta change that. Sorry. Pinky, thank you so much. Let me actually change that right now. Jigger glad I dig. Is it dig or Jish? Back at you, Pinky. I love you so much. Not tired of you, not at all. Thank you for being here. You're a light in my life. I've had a rough last month or so, but I am doing amazing today, actually. Thank you so much for checking in on me. How are you guys doing, chat? Thank you so much, Saber. I appreciate that. I feel like I have the answers for the missing details to unlock the real cheat codes. Really? Do share with me. Thank you so much. And yeah, I can see you're very honest and you have potentially have come very far. Thank you so much. I actually make it a point to try and be honest as much as I can be safe with. I'm not going to be like, oh, here's my address. But I do make it a point to try and be as authentic as possible because I think there's a lot of deceit in the world. I've told a lot of lies in my life and I always felt like shit after and during and yeah, just it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Being someone who you're not is like so not fun. Unless you're cosplaying, unless that's the intent of it. But I do think that vulnerability and authenticity plays an important role in healing a lot of things in the world, so. Welcome back, Sapista. You look fresh. I see tons of value in you. Thank you so much, Saber. I appreciate that. I see a lot of value in you too. And you too, chat. All of you, chat. Thank you so much. What is now? If you're missing context, kick chat. Check kick chat. I'm having a conversation that you guys can't see. My Botrix is not set up properly, so you guys can only see, I think, Twitch and YouTube chat right now. Okay, for sure, Saber. Yeah, take your time around the curves. Don't just barrel roll right through. But yeah, it's good to have you here, Saber. I appreciate you too, Pinky. Exactly, Niz. Exactly. Thank you, Beast. Yeah, this tattoo is not yet finished. I don't have the money to pay for it, but maybe we could do a stream goal for it, and maybe we could do the tattoo on stream, and then whatever is made on stream, we could help my tattoo artist, because she's actually going through financial hardship, as I know a lot of other people are. So I would love to finish this piece soon. I was meaning to finish it like shortly after I got it, but it was just not feasible. I do have some people willing to fund tattoos for me, which is just so incredibly generous and kind, so maybe I'll set up a proper fund, or something. Yeah, I used to just follow like the most popular streamers, because it's like, oh, how'd they get to be this successful? But like at the top of streaming, it gets pretty toxic. Gets pretty toxic, mate. And I can dabble a little bit in that, but like, I prefer this, because then I can actually like read chat and carry a conversation and make connections with people, versus if this chat's just like, then I'm like, who is who and what is what and who the fuck? What the fuck? Which, if I do continue to grow, I will take it as it comes. Maybe I'll enable slow mode or subscribers only or something like that. But the bigger streams that I have been on and done myself have been a lot to take in. A lot for the nervous system. Cool. What's up, Lucille? Good to see you. Okay, I think we should change up what we are listening to. How about some of the days? No. So, I know the election didn't turn out how a lot of people wanted it to, myself included, but it's unfortunately what my intuition was telling me was gonna happen. But I'm a little relieved, like, that it's over with. It's not over with, but I feel like there's so much pre-election anxiety in the collective. How much would finishing the tattoo cost? I think she said 300. I think that's what she said. I'll double check before I put up a fund or anything. What about quantum slinger right there? Yeah, just like quantum tap into my quantum brain and your quantum brain, and then just like I'll download the quantum information to like know what you're trying to transmute to me, and then just bada bing bada boom, I'll say it on stream, and then we'll heal the whole world. Do what thou will. No, already told another streaming service. Hi, now I can read here too. Welcome, Sapista. I'm like playing with the cord that my dog chewed. I understand why he did it. It's kind of fun. Yeah, it was kind of a wacky election. I do not like how the Democratic Party conducts their elections or their policy a lot of the time. I'm not saying the Republicans great. Don't get me wrong. I just like think our whole election system and most of our systems in general are ready to evolve. That's what I'm saying. You're on your PC, so you'll be able to type faster now. Oh, shit. Time is related to what we want to achieve, and I mean what you actually want to happen, kind of like a mutual agreement between your soul/body and this common reality. Okay. You are a little bit relieved, a little or much? When exactly were you relieved, then or now? Is that anxiety under control now? So I think a lot of what I'm saying isn't just personal to me, but comes from observing the collective and what other people share about their experience, especially online. So I was feeling like anxious and like, fuck, like how are people gonna react? What's going on? Like if Kamala wins or, Republicans, and MAGA people gonna like overthrow the country again? Like what? Civil War? You know, like all of the stuff floating in the ether. I feel like I have a pretty rational viewpoint on what could happen. Being aware of like, oh god, oh my gosh, thank you for the follow. The fucking audio. I need to fix my notifications. I need to remind myself to do that. But, you know, so like I do feel like because of how online of a person I am, a lot of that anxiety is heavily influenced by the stuff I consume and the people around me's paradigms with it. My relief starts like around now, I feel like. At first I was like a little bit in like shock and like kind of taking in other people's like fearful, which there's a lot of like valid fear there, but I think it's kind of put to the extreme to a point where it's not like serving action. There's also a lot of really divisive rhetoric, and a lot of hate, that I was kind of like taking in at first, and I'm like, damn, wow, like people are really scared right now and really feeling like hating one another is going to, and like isolating them away from yourself is going to lead to things getting better. And I very much see divide and conquer strategy just playing out real time. And I'm like, damn, like, you know? But the relief I feel like comes from, okay, that's done. Now what's next? Now what do I do? Because I didn't particularly like either major candidate. And now I think we have, you know, the elections happen every year or every 2 years. Regardless, we have time now to the next election to hypothesize how we are going to evolve these systems. So from now until the next presidential election, we can really rethink how the Democratic Party works, how the Republican Party works, why third-party candidates aren't viable, why people are ridiculed and dismissed for even entertaining the possibility of a candidate outside the Democratic or Republican nominee. I think it is now really time for us to explore that. So there is relief, inspiration, dedication, motivation towards something better being created, and helping co-create more mutual aid and positive reinforcement loops about what we want to encourage more of in society, and less about like, oh, we hate these people because of this, when a lot of people really are just trying to choose their best option. Some of them are in like cult-like circles where if you don't do the thing that other people are doing, then you'll be ostracized, which that social rejection is a big thing for a lot of people, I feel like. Hello, Antonio. Good to see you. Good to meet you. The Dems actually followed procedure with the VP taking over for the president. They did. It was just... I feel like to the majority of the American people, even if it's procedure, it doesn't feel fair. Like, it doesn't feel like I joined the Marianne Williamson campaign to try and help with that, but shortly after it was clear that it just like was not a viable option. It's too soon to change like the way the system works. But the aspect that like Jill Stein and other candidates, Jill Stein would be my preferred of the other options, but that they are not even given the privilege to debate at an equal level with the Democratic and Republican nominees. It feels very corrupt to me and a lot of people, I feel. Yeah, no one actually knew. Yeah, and there was like people betting on it and just a lot of like vitriol with it, divisiveness on both sides. Wow, wow. Okay, wait, let me catch up on chat. If there's anything important I missed, like reply to your chat and I'll scroll back up. Um Actually, word, I actually joined this channel because you had the title Heal the World, and my intuition told me to get on here because of that. Frick yeah. So are you worried about other people's worries? Yes. What gets you anxious? Fucked feeling. So, okay, so am I worried about other people's worries? Yes. Do I think, though, that it could potentially not be as bad as some people fear? Yes. But then again, I don't fucking know. I don't think any of us really know, but I do know how fear has a way of making us isolate and reject finding common ground. You know what I mean? So I see that mechanism of how humans can work and how that, divide and conquer. It can make things worse and it harder to actually achieve and actualize addressing like the class war and wrongful wars and killing civilians and stuff like that. The Democrat versus Republican ideology and like the culture war a lot of the time can distract us from really, really important things. But I am at the same time worried about, trans people's rights and gay people's rights, abortion rights. I am worried about these things. I am very blessed to live in Colorado, where it is in the state legislation that, we are going to have our abortion rights as of this election. I think there's a lot of nuance there. Like, say, like a 9-month abortion. I don't think that, like, 9-month abortions should be done. Honestly, I think that should be like an emergency C-section and create like an environment for that, baby to like continue to live. Like, I think there's a cutoff point and like a lot of nuance about these situations, but obviously if it's an endangerment of the life of the mother, like, but I think if at all possible, abortions should be decided within the first trimester, if at all possible, and then it's like a gray area like the second trimester. There's a lot of nuance here. I think that drugs should be decriminalized federally. I think people should have access to better, cheaper, if not free, care to help themselves with addictions. I feel like we live in a country with a freedom of religion for a reason, too. But I also feel like people on the left can get so scared of, like, people coming to get them that they're out to get other people. I feel like that's kind of like a psychology things humans struggle with, is like that fear of this person's gonna be out to get me can make you kind of jump the gun and like attack other people who maybe don't deserve it that much. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm way behind in chat, guys. I go on tangents. Rationally, that's not a healthy thing to be aware about, right? You like your tea? I do like my tea. I love tea. I don't have autocorrect on PC, so no, you're all good. Sorry for the typos. Why do you feel the need to behave like an oracle? You feel like you have to figure out the chaos to dismantle / harmonize it. I'm just existing. I don't like really think too deeply about how I exist that often. I just like observe and come to my own conclusion about things. If your water trembles by your fear of other people's fear, would you let it ripple? If your water trembles by your fear of other people's fears, would you let it ripple? As opposed to...
You're also sharing a bathroom and a mirror.
How would you stop a ripple, though? That's my question to your question. Thank God you got a cute voice, because you have so much to say. Fuck, I do be yapping though. I do be yapping. Oops. I'm just waiting till you are ready to move forward here. As I said, I have a solution. What's your solution? What's the solution, man? Chat, do tell, do tell. Okay, let me catch up with Twitch chat now. There's already a resistance starting with Callie leading it. So what is that about? Can you link me things that you're referencing about the tingy thing? The presidential elections happen every 4 years. Yeah, but I meant general elections too, because I feel like there's a lot to be considered going into general elections as well, like non-presidential elections. This is my first time voting in an election. Yep. I be yapping and I hadn't even voted. I know. The fuck's wrong with me? I was one of those people that was like disillusioned by the system, which a lot of people are. Like so many people on my Facebook are like, I'm glad I didn't vote, blah blah blah. It's like my ancestors did not fight for their rights to vote. For me to be a lazy motherfucker and not vote. So I went and voted. Oh, even if it didn't matter, whatever. Hopefully we do not become an autocrat. I hope so. And the Democrats get House majority. Realistically, if the Republicans get all three, the Senate, the House, and the presidency, then Trump won't really have anything to put on the brakes. What do you mean Trump won't really have anything to put on the brakes? Like Trump wouldn't be able to stop it? Like that it's like someone beyond Trump that is doing it? I've heard from many people that Trump just does whatever people pay him to do. Fun fact, I just walk around some random places. I walk over many countries just chilling, and when I choose to come here to USA, I just walk in. They literally just let me get here. Like, what the fuck? I'm not a ship person, I guess. But there's many others that is, well, I really don't care much about many things, but I understand both sides. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, and I like understand the issues and the quarrels on both sides, as well, but your Steam name is awesome. What's my Steam name? I've totally forgot. I think it's Cassie Cats or something. You're from the UK. Glad you never voted. Yeah, UK's politics are pretty fucked too. I'm not super aware, but I've heard some things. So if your water was the only water in the world, how would you keep it still or flowing from you or reactionary to someone else's fears? Ooh. I would want to find my own flow and not be reactionary to fear. Trump's just a hateful person. He's pure evil. Stream, I mean. Oh, okay. My stream name is awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it's Catnip on Kick. Border control is an actual problem. I keep walking around. Now I'm almost on. Are you just on foot, Sapsia? What? Now I'm almost on Canada. I came all over the whole US country. I even get some jobs and pay taxes like any other born resident. See, immigration is a nuanced thing for me because like we're all like this country is founded on immigrants. This country, like like I'm Irish and German and Polish and Norwegian. As far as my lineage goes, I was not. My ancestors were not born here. I hit the lottery ticket. I guess I could be born somewhere better, but like, yeah. But I get wanting to know who's in here because there are actual criminals and bad people, and I get that. I get that at the same time, but there's also actual criminals and bad people that have been born here. Like America is like I think the largest amount of serial killers have been in America. Pretty sure. Like, yeah, we're in a pickle. I feel like as humanity. By being you, right? What do you wish to express to us? I'm not sure how much there would be to say if no one else said anything, if that makes sense. Like, if I was a person by myself, like without outside influence, tea goes to the pickle. Pickles are pretty good. Yeah, what do I want to bring to the table? Honestly, I can be a pretty non-verbal person, but I tend to talk a lot when it comes to like certain things getting brought up. But usually I'd say I'm just like existing? I don't know. As in the truth, right? What is the truth, Saber? You seem to know a lot about the truth. Also, I'm a little bit conspiracy minded about like the way the immigration system works and how it's blamed on one party versus the other. I think it's a huge thing to account for like refugees and like some US intervention or exploitation that has maybe fucked up some countries where people are trying to seek refuge from. I think that plays a big role in a lot of things too. Yeah, just tag me in whenever you want me to watch news. The non-voters that cost Kamala the most, yeah.
Streamlabs.
Oh my god, I gotta change that. It's so obnoxious.
Streamlabs.
Ollie, thank you so much. Thank you. I love you. Thank you for subscribing for 8 months. I appreciate you.
Cutie, I like your face.
What's up, Pinky? Oh, he won't have anyone hold him back, yeah. Like, no Democrats. One year walking, wow. You just walked away from home? Wow, that's crazy, Sapista. You seem like you have a crazy life story. Oh, Pinky, I appreciate you so much. I love you, I appreciate you. The worst serial killer is Norwegian, damn. 72 in one day, what the fuck? Wait. I feel like there would be worse ones in America, though, because there's mass shooters. But didn't the mass shooter in Vegas kill, like, over 100 people? I feel like that would make America the worst, so... Yikes. It's horrifying. Hi, Jerome. Good to see you. Yeah, Nez, I feel like a lot of people did the same. I wish there was a more viable option other than her, but it doesn't work like that. I really think that we need ranked choice or some kind of alternative. If not ranked choice, some other suggestion, like to make the other options more viable, or at least allow them to like debate with each other. It's sad that we're in that kind of system. Wait, what's going to be an archived web page? Oh, okay. The thing you're sending me. Yikes. I didn't vote, so it's too late for me. I think your state might have been blue anyways, Jerome. I'm not sure, though. Beautiful, pleasant, sure, sort of like a flower. So you said you are aware you have a soul. How can all our souls fully blossom? What's the most efficient solution? I feel like it is time. You ready to sip the tea or spill it, so to say, or like tackle the elephant in the room? Yeah, what do you mean by that? Let me address your question. How can all our souls fully blossom? What's the most efficient solution? I feel like you need nurturing. You need the right soil, right? You know, you need the right moisture, temperature, um, nutrients, and yeah, time and sunshine. You need the right lights to shine, but you also need to learn how to be in darkness, right? Um, a plant can't grow with 24 hours of sunshine. So, yeah, you need to learn to embrace the darkness and use it as a period of rest and going inward, like curling inward like a flower. And then when the sun comes back out and you're ready to shine, to allow yourself to naturally do that without social constructs and shame. Because you're just a flower. It just is. It is what it is. Until it's not. So what would you perceive as the elephant in the room, Saber? I'm doing pretty good today, actually, Jerome. How are you? So wait, you're trans, Sapista? Reason why I do the archive thing is because that way it circumvents the paywall. Smart. If you are in a mystical crashing spaceship, would you want to control it or let the absolute professional pilot captain handle it? If they've been piloting it longer than me, and they know how to operate it, I would let them do that, I suppose. I would, though, if I'm not there yet. Now I would like to learn how to pilot something, so I can have that opportunity if ever need be. But if it were actively crashing, and it was only me and him, I would be like, shit, I would probably want to learn how to do this just in case. For some reason he was knocked out or something. Or, you know, wasn't able to do it, and maybe I could take over and figure it out. Alright, so let's talk about God, aka Supreme Pilot. What's your definition of God? Oh my gosh. Deep questions. Can you cast another spell at me? I want to be healed. Okay. Healing spell cast to the chat. Drink your waters. I got my water. My Soda Ridge water cup I stole from my family. I need to bring back. Sorry, guys. You're so welcome. That's not an elephant, it's a Charmander. Right, Niz. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Like, I know, like, ground news and stuff is, you have to pay for it, but it's, like, such a needed thing. Those healing spells actually work? Thanks, dude, I know. You're welcome. Have you guys seen the OA? I really like that show. Okay, what is my definition of God? Okay, chat, you guys answer this question too. I'm thinking about it. I've been asked this before, but... Oh my goshness. God is a woman. So, I see God as this like existential force that we're kind of like all a part of. Like, I see consciousness as like God, essentially. So while we in our human forms are limited to what we can perceive, I believe we are a part of that. So I would see it as this like energy, this force, timelessness that is like the like energy behind everything that is. I do not believe humans' nature anything to be separate from God. I believe that it is all connected. I believe people over time have had different perceptions of what that is, how it operates, what its morals are. And that can get distorted from things like fear. But I think in its essence, it's a very loving force. I feel like that experience on DMT, I got a little bit of a taste of what it would look like to be piloting the spaceship of God for just a moment. If that makes sense. Yeah. I want me to make it easier for you because I don't mind making it easier for you. What is your perception of it? If God is a man or a woman, so isn't God. How can be all if is one of? Wait, say what? The idea of being itself is limitation for this kind of being. For me, I don't think about it in a sense really. What I do is if I hear anything about DT as being present, I just ignore it and not think about it. Listen, talk, and watch anime and play video games. I see. I think maybe a little bit too deeply about things like this. I was raised feeling like the wrath of God is something that I should fear. And I kind of developed my own view on it. God and the demiurge being the same thing, in my opinion, most gods are entities that have lived longer and as such became so specialized in their fields that they became idolized and viewed as gods worshipped because of their powers and abilities. So I feel like more people can be like on a spectrum as far as like how tapped in to like this like godliness they are, if that makes sense. So like the like Zeus and stuff like that, the people that, you know, are like the ancient gods, like of, you know, different religions, different philosophies that they refer to as, I don't know, like Buddha even, or Jesus Christ, like can be more tapped into that like godlike consciousness and the interconnectedness of things. If you could create a super greatest, most amazing god that is greater than anyone or anything, what attributes would you create? Would your created god have? Sort of like you create your own superhero, but now you are allowed to create a god. Be as logical and as effective as possible. I feel like God is a shapeshifter. I feel like God could be whatever God wants to be. Whatever, you know, fulfills. Oh, sorry, the ads fuck me up every time. Like, I don't see it as like this superhero or this thing. And I think that's what led me to atheism was like it didn't make sense to me for him to be like some superhero with the way that things operate in the world, you know? Like I would feel like resentment and anguish like if God even exists, why would he allow such horrible things to occur? Um, and there's like it's supposedly Satan um who allows such things. A horrible shape change? No, no, no. That's not what I'm saying now. I'm saying this is what I thought prior. Like when I was younger, when I became an atheist, like I would have like a lot of resentment towards like the concept of a god because I'm like, if he's so all powerful, why would he do what's happening in the world? Um, so that like kind of led me to more of a non-dualistic way of seeing like creative energy and like consciousness, and I think there could be like maybe like dark entities influencing things sometimes, but not in like the biblical sense of it. Um, create your ideal god. Um, I think I'd have to think about that because like outsourcing ideals, I feel like to a god or a deity kind of removes agency in some people when you could embody some of those traits like for yourself. Um does that make sense? It's like when everyone says, "Oh, we can't wait for like Jesus Christ to come save us because everything's so fucked." I feel like it's kind of outsourcing that responsibility to this other thing rather than acknowledging the godliness in yourself to actualize changes in the world. So I was talking about the Christian. I was just referencing it because Saber in Kick Chat is asking me about my ideal god, and so I'm like theorizing in my head, like what would that look like? And I don't know if I can fully answer that question. I would have to think about it, but I'm just philosophizing like the resentment I have for outsourcing fixing things onto God and the trauma that kind of like endured with religion in my childhood. So I don't feel like I need to. I can just for the sake of it, but I don't feel like it's empowering to me to outsource those ideals onto like what is the perfect God, you know? What attributes? Fairness. Um, they would be very like creative. Like I don't know. Like loving, I guess. Like I feel like the best god would be a loving god. But he would also like have like a sense of justice at the same time, maybe. Oh yeah, your friend died in a car accident, it's God's will. Yeah, yeah. Stuff like that. I'm like, but at the same time, I can see how people will come to the phrase like everything happens for a reason. Because there are certain things like, wow, like this beautiful thing couldn't have happened without this horrible thing. I can like see that. And it can kind of change your perspective on the bad thing, maybe a little bit. Imagine your words heal the pilot to save the world. You get me? I have a list that is unmatched. You ready to hear them? Yeah, I would love to hear them from you, Saber. I'm just yeah, like as of right now, kind of just like hypothesizing. Yeah, like how I view God and agency, because I feel like a lot of people will pray without realizing their own like agency to change things. You know? Yeah, compassionate's a good word. Merciful, yes. The king, the absolute pure, the source of peace, the guardian, the overpowering, the almighty, the compeller, the supremely great, the creator, the maker, the fashioner, the forgiver. True, true, true. I like those a lot. I like those a lot. Yeah, I feel like there's this idea that God is just this, like, fear-based thing, and I just don't vibe with that. Like, that you need to forever repent for your sins. Like, it's like one thing to be accountable, and it's another thing to make a mistake and then like be in these like metaphorical shackles in fear of God, the wrath of God. The reckoner, okay, wait, there's more. The utterly just, the subtle, the all-aware, the forbearing, the magnificent, the oft-forgiving, the appreciative, the most high. Oh my gosh, there's so many things. I don't know if I can read all of these. Do you just have this like written down on a document? Yeah, exactly, Niz, exactly. Pretty hungry. I might make myself some eggs, I think. Good old chicken embryos. Eggs are pretty good. I don't think I could ever be fully vegan because I can morally justify eating eggs. Oh my gosh, you want me to read all that to cast the spell? Okay. Alright. Okay, let me smoke God's lettuce before I read my healing words about God. Love you, God. I love you, Jesus Christ. I love you, baby Buddha. Okay. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Who am I? Who are you guys? Who are we? What are we? What is life? Alright, what are our healing spells we shall cast? First, the gods let us for the ritual, our binding spell. I dislike how this has garnered the name Devil's Lettuce. I feel like that is a huge societal manipulation. This is given to me by God themselves, from the ground, from the earth, nurtured, cared for, loved. Okay? Whoever put the delusion in anyone's minds that beautiful plants grown on this earth are satanic, I condemn you. What is it? What is the word? I think that's the word I'm looking for. I'm not sure. There's probably a better word. That's very interesting, Niz. I would love to pick your brain more about that. Alright, these seem alright. I will add my own to the end of them then. the subduer, the giver of all, the provider, the opener, the all-knowing, the constrictor. See, he seems like a shapeshifter. The god, the guy, the woman, the they, them, the entity of God seems like a shapeshifter. These are the very diverse, dynamic things we are listing. Okay. The all-knowing, the constrictor, the expander, the abasser, the exalter, the honorer, the humiliator, to the all-hearing, the all-seeing, the judge, the utterly just, the subtle, the all-aware, the forbearing, the magnificent, the oft-forgiving. You're just adding adjectives. The appreciative, the most high, the most great, the preserver, the sustainer, the reckoner, the majestic, the most generous, the watchful, the responsive, the all-encompassing, the wise, the most loving, the glorious, the resurrector, the witness, the absolute truth, the trustee, the possessor of all strength, the firm, the protecting friend, the praiseworthy, the accounter, the originator, the restorer, the giver of life, the bringer of death, the ever-living, the self-subsisting, the perceiver, the all-illustrious, the one, the unique, the eternal refuge, the omnipotent, the all-powerful, the expediter, the delayer, from the first, the last, the manifest, the hidden, the governor, the most exalted, the source of all goodness, the acceptor of repentance, the avenger, the pardoner, the most kind, the owner of all sovereignty, the Lord of majesty, honor, the just one, the gatherer, the self-sufficient, the enricher, the withholder, the distresser, the benefactor, the light, the guide, the originator, the everlasting, the inheritor, the guide to the right path, the most patient. I like that one. The most patient, yes. God is in all things, I feel like, and that is many things, yeah. I feel like God can take many forms, and means many different things to many different people. And that is when we were talking about creating a heaven earlier, like, that would be the point of, like, reconciliation for a lot of people, because, like, a lot of fear and this, like, seemingly demonic energy can, like, control people to do horrible things, and then after death, I feel like there would be room for clarities of misunderstandings and reconciliation of past mistakes, and that wouldn't be such a quick damnation to hell, because I feel like in this society, with how hard it can be to survive, many are living in fear and do think that they're the good guy doing the right thing, and God, wherever they are, is kind of like looking at us like, I said y'all were brothers and sisters, and I didn't stutter. What are you doing? But he's ready to forgive at the same time. And yeah, I'm not like a religious person. I'm very, like I said earlier, spiritually agnostic. And yeah, as Niz was saying, we're talking about like the source, like that kind of philosophy is how I often view God. And I do deeply believe that we are all connected, and when we isolate ourselves from each other, it is self-harm. When we say, oh, this person's evil, they're bad, they're horrible, it's all in this religion or this philosophy, they're all the bad ones, we are harming ourselves as a humanity. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I see it. Anytime I've ever hurt someone, I think that's the self-harm that I have done in my life comes from shame or unable to reconcile feeling like I've hurt someone without having the opportunity to reconcile that. Yeah. Interesting concept. I do not want to self-harm anymore. At all. Ever again. But it's interesting, the philosophy and the psychology behind it for me. It's I feel like also an important process, like understanding it to heal from it. Yeah, we kind of trailed off with that, but yeah, I appreciate the conversation, guys. 99 attributes. I just read 99 attributes to heal the pilot. Damn. Would I trust that pilot to create a heaven for all of us? Our strongest strength is our faith, and faith is hope. And hope is a purpose of your will, and your will is linked to our health. Interesting. Have you guys ever heard of this band called Night Tapes? I've been really liking them lately. They're from some country in Europe, I think. They're from London. Or at least that's where they live. They're London based, it said. How is that tea? It's pretty good. I should organize in here. I have some like matrixy kind of work to do, like adulting. And yeah, you know, it's fun. I really like it. I'll probably throw on a cute outfit or cosplay and catch up with some things that I'm behind on. But I prefer doing this lately, so I really want to get to having more of these discussions here on YouTube and more video essays and long format content. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. No, you're all goodness. Appreciate you. Bro, this shirt is so huge. I like big t-shirts. Could just like live in this thing, you know? Like if I needed to, I could make this a tent. Am I righteous?
These aren't my clothes.
No. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably do my makeup and hang out with you guys. So, hmm. This guy is saying in Kick Chat, you can't see it. You can't see it, Niz, but he said, the greatest woman a man would want is a righteous woman, and you are already very beautiful. I was like, am I righteous though? Thank you, God. God's my homie, man. I love God. I want to listen to like painstakingly beautiful song. Oh, perfect. Okay, it's yoga time. My body says yoga time. Yoga organized time. I've been yapping too much. But yeah, police are on the way. I read that as, I feel like we would get along great if we ever met in prison. I was just gonna say, I hope we never do. But yeah, dude. I want to go to more events. I really do. Life just hasn't rolled the dice for me to do that at this point. Can evil become good, Saber? Be during the US Hunger Games, who knows? Listen, I'm gonna be at the Hunger Games having a bake sale. Hit me up. Ed, I appreciate you. You're love too. Thank you for being here. Most merciful and patient and forgiving. I'm pretty merciful, I'd say. Yeah, I can be.
Google AI helps you
I
find
can
the
be
best customers
a little
by
righteous.
optimizing your
I can be
campaigns in real
sometimes
time.
wrathful. But I'm very forgiving. Very loving, very patient, very kind. I struggle with consistency. My trauma has made me struggle with consistency. And I'm really proud of myself for making steps towards healing and consistency. Streaming helps me be more consistent as a person, I think. When I stream more often, I'm usually like more consistent with other things too. Time off is important, but I actually really, really love my job. I really want to continue doing this. True. True. Trueness. I hope it doesn't come to that, but in the meantime, I'm getting my passport. Portugal seems nice. I'd love to just travel more in general, though. Like, my home is the whole earth. Like, I move around a lot. I feel comfy most places I've lived. I really like planet Earth. It's pretty rad. Rent's kind of expensive, but California voted to do not shit about it, so I didn't see any rent things on my ballot. Otherwise, I have very strong opinions on that, but you know, do my best, play the game, buy some land, maybe rent some land for a reasonable amount. We sure are making steps here. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit of a troll. Does God love me if I'm a troll? Does God love me if I pick my nose sometimes? Yeah, I've never left the country still. I haven't been to Canada, I haven't been to Alaska, I haven't been to Hawaii. I've been landlocked. I've been to California and Oregon and Washington and all these ones. Texas, Georgia, Florida, New York, Minnesota, Colorado. Loki would love me. Me and Loki are besties. Whatever Satan spell you are casting, I don't think it's working. Shoot. Darn it. Aw, shucks. The humbler and the humiliator, be ready. I've been humbled and I have been humiliated. I feel like I'm on the other end of that. Hopefully. But if not, I've learned to embrace it a lot more. So, I'm not like, not ashamed of my dark side, you know? It is what it is. Working my hardest to make it better. Do you forget to make a pentagon? I don't know my shapes. What should we talk about? Well, we're just yapping a lot about religion and politics. The two most controversial things we could possibly think of. So, you wanna like talk about like foods we like? Or plants we like now? Jesse Lee Peterson? Is that the one is that the one that calls it says isn't Destiny a girl's name? I was okay, so I was talking with my peeps at my job, and I was talking about how a couple people came into my work who were Destiny viewers. And so we were talking about it, and they're aware of, like, briefly, my time talking with Destiny. And, I decided, to go home that day after the Destiny viewers came into my work, and, you know, for the first time in a while, pop on DGG server. And Destiny's child was in there. And so I was talking with Nathan for a minute, and so I was like telling this story to my coworkers, and I was like, yeah, and I went in his Discord, and Destiny's Child was there, and they're like, Destiny's Child, because they immediately thought of the girl band, but I just thought that was funny, so yeah. Oh man. What country do you live in, Ed? What's more controversial than, like, politics and religion, you know? What's your favorite bug? What's your favorite bird? I don't think I watched the whole Jesse Lee Peterson video. I think I saw clips from it, maybe watched like halfway through it or something. Destiny has fucking years worth of content on the internet, bro. Like, I thought I was chronically online. Like, to keep up with like all the Destiny lore and watch every video, that's like a lot. That's a lot. I agree with Destiny on a lot of things, and I disagree with him on a lot of things. I would love to talk to him more about those things, but it just, like, a little too intense. His audience is a little, like, wanting to rip your head off pretty harshly. So I'm like, it's a lot right now. That's a lot for me. Divine Wisdom is the cheat code you've ever been looking for. Now you know how to unlock it. I get humiliated and learnt more. Do I just develop a public humiliation? I don't want to say that word. Thing? Ooh. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. More God's lettuce. The God-given lettuce that I was intended to use for my meditative practice and healing spells. I'm going to cast a spell to clean this room so I can go forward with manifesting world peace through my beautiful photos and videos I will create in this room and music I will create. So, wish me luck. Yeah, no, and I disagreed with that guy on a lot of things too, but it was like funny. Would dare to debate you? I think Destiny would debate most people, to be honest with you. The thing about debating Destiny is, like, just understand, like, his audience is right there, ready to, like, pick you apart instantly. So, just keep that in mind. You know, if you don't care about that, you don't care about it. So, just be cautious. I've been a streamer for a lot of years, but I'm not like, I don't have like 800,000 followers or whatever, so it's like a new degree of like picking you apart that I was not ready for. So that's my bad, I guess. You've never lost a debate in your entire life? I mean, I say go for it. Fucking link me it, you know, after you do it. Like, I'll eat my popcorn. I've been a lurker before internet even existed. Are you a stalker? Oh man, the people who can't see Kick Chat this stream are probably just like, she is schizophrenic. She is insane. Not that there's anything wrong with schizophrenia, but like, I look like I'm talking to myself if you can't see Kick Chat, because Twitch chat and YouTube chat is there. But I'm just talking about the most off-the-wall stuff with Saber. You saw the rise of all of them? How old are you, Saber? Have you guys ever played the game Nier Automata? I really want to play it on stream again soon. I just got my PlayStation, but I don't know if I have my PlayStation controller. So I might need to get another one. 30 plus? Okay, I'm almost 30. I'm 28. My favorite book / bird? My favorite book? I don't know. Probably the Rainbow Fish book. It's a kid's book. Or like The Hungriest Caterpillar. My favorite bird. Macaw parrots are pretty swag. They go fuck you up though. They'll like break bones with their beaks, but like they're really beautiful. I was saying the Rainbow Fish book or The Hungry Caterpillar. Sorry, I'm pulling from nostalgia right now. I have not read that book since I was a child, but what was that? What was that, Saber? I actually grew up with a blue and yellow macaw parrot that my parents currently have. So they're, I don't know, they're just really beautiful. And they talk and they're cool. What's up, Iaxis? Owls are pretty cool though. I like owls. Read it slowly and carefully. Okay. The master plan. Yeah, yeah. it's a good game. You're 27? Cool, cool. It's only illegal if you get caught. Yes, I love that anime. I cosplayed Shiro, Ed. Did you ever see my Shiro cosplay? It's probably on Instagram. I'll post the full thing on my Patreon, I think, actually. I have a lot of cosplay sets that I have not posted on there. It's kind of cold in here. I might turn the heat on for the first time this year. So we might actually be doing something really cool tomorrow. If you guys are interested, we might do a little watch party for a show that's coming out. One of my favorite shows. The first season was beautiful. I'm so hyped for the second one. The song is so good though. I love the song. I'm also putting more stuff up on my walls. Yes. Yes. They're allowing streamers to restream the Riot account to do a watch party, I'm pretty sure. Play just like me. I'm doing good, thank you for asking. Got another song that's really good coming on next. How are you doing, Viaxis? Finish it! Finish it. It's like tomorrow evening, you have time. Tomorrow, I think 11 p.m. Something like that. I think it depends on your time zone.
Does this look centered? Let me see. Maybe if I just put it a little more to the other. No.
Hold on. Nice. Oh yeah, I should change my Streamlabs thing. That was like kind of obnoxious earlier when people subscribed. So let me fix that.
Okay, I think I fixed it. I love this. It's called The Greatest Living Show. Ba da da. I'll be right back.
Hate seeing ads? Here's how to get rid of them, or get paid to see them. Do you know how much of the content you see on a daily basis are actually ads? That's an ad. That's an ad. Yep, all ads. That's why Pi will transform the way you scroll online. It blocks all ads for free. YouTube ads, cookie pop-ups, search ads, and it even works on Amazon. But that's not even the best part. Pi is the first ever ad blocker that will pay you if you opt in to see ads. You can finally get straight to your search results without being bombarded with a million ads. And unlike most ad blockers, you know this one is working because you can physically see your ads disappear. Browsing online has never been faster, easier, or better. Download Pi today.
Look, they're even hiring freelance tax experts on Fiverr.
Man, it probably works better than how we do our taxes here.
Aren't you in charge of filing our taxes?
Yeah.
This tax season, hire a tax expert on Fiverr.
This is Roberto.
Hey there.
Roberto is an over-the-road trucker who takes his business very seriously.
Sure do.
Roberto traded up to Sirius commercial insurance from Geico, all for seriously low rates.
Hey, this is a Geico ad. Is there going to be an animal with a catchphrase?
Absolutely not.
What the armadillo?
No, wait, this is a serious Geico ad.
Armadillo what?
Completely serious.
Armadillo out.
Love that, dude. Yeah.
Trade up to Sirius commercial insurance with Geico.
I knew it.
With irresistibly smooth melting chocolate in every Lindor, you can melt into every holiday moment. This year, bring out Lindor from the Lindt Master Chocolatier.
人じゃなくなってもあなたは私を愛してくれますか終わる真実は告げないずっと一人最後の羽当たり前だよって僕は笑い翼をなくした君を抱きしめた綺麗に羽ばたいたあの日の釣りをずっと今で変わらず君を愛してるよ。
Work goes smoothly when you know the right steps. With Asana, you can coordinate tasks across teams and stay on track, so your team can spend more time celebrating wins. Try it for free at asana.com.
Etsy knows these aren't the sounds of holiday gifting.
Oh.
Well, not the ones you're hoping for.
Ah, okay. Thank you?
You want squeals of delight.
Yes!
And spontaneously written songs of joy.
I am so happy. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
To get those, make everyone on your list feel heard with gifts like personalized jewelry, custom artwork, vintage pieces, and home decor. For original gifts that say, I get you, Etsy has it.
When you save big on holiday decor, you can't help but say,
I got them at Ross.
impressive.
I got it all at Ross. Ross again.
Save 20 to 60% off other retailers' prices at...
That's Ross. Wearing Ross.
Yes for less.
羽を通した天地は汚れたしきりに身を委ねて嵐は過去へ誰も届けて消し去ってしまったの傷ついたこの天使夕暮れの街さまより綺麗な一人を持った一人の少女と出会う目が合ったその瞬間に恋をしたわけな天使は許されないこの水の湯ななき日の箱を開けた求めたものは笑顔の裏に隠された禁断の指図人と天使許されない恋叶えるために全てをこなすため世界のいいところを捨てて君を愛して生きられるならこの羽さえ切りつけて僕の夢を歪んでしまえ一つに染まる花嫁聖なる誓いの場所で固い瞳で笑う不思議な少年と出会う目が合ったその瞬間に取り戻した我が少女は許され何度もいつもるまま全てを裏切った手に入れたのはこの手の中を生え続けた弱くの果実求め合って奪い合う熱きをまたなる誓いさえも犯してるつまりは片方をつけてその後が見消し去ってしまったら後悔さえとやるほど敵に溺れて落ちていくだけ君の罪が榊の矢はすごくの上手羽を通した天使は汚れたしきりを解き放ってその日も自己引き換えに一台のためだけを残して少女を救って羽を通した天使と汚れた雲に染まる花嫁地の底へ落ちてさえも誓いの草木を絡め合って許されない罪を抱えてる罪の果実が朽ち果てた時再び巡り合うその日だって
Forced to go rogue, hunted from within. This is Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Available now.
Rated M for mature. Look, nobody has more beef on the front line than us. We just need to wrap up. I want to hear that crunch.
They practicing defense? How to make people hungry.
Wrap up. Crunch. Wrap up.
It's like the whole sport's designed to sell people food.
Crunch. Wrap. Crunch. Wrap. Crunch. Wrap.
That's ridiculous.
Crunch. Wrap. Crunch. Wrap. Crunch. Wrap.
I mean, who would design a whole defensive scheme just to sell
Crunch Wrap Supreme! Buy one, get one from Taco Bell, only on Uber Eats.
As you can tell, I was not created by GoDaddy Arrow. It uses AI to create great-looking logos in minutes. You know, a logo that actually looks like a horse. Imagine that.
Let us begin. Once upon a time, Darky was camping in the forest. Probably having a really nice dream. And, the sun started to rise, and he woke up to the sight of a beam of light coming through his tent. And, he couldn't wait to see what was outside. Someone under rule, but all of that's crap. All of that's crap to me, and all of that's crap. I can see your face through all the shit you're talking to me. Let's sit down and mix perspectives up and sip that smoothie. Hate will bring you down or bring you up if you move smoothly. I may get around and act a clown, but you can't fool me. I wish you saw me like you see you. I wish you saw me like you see me, see you. I wish you saw me. I wish you saw me at all. Saw us both the same. I wish you saw me the same.
Returned with lunch. I made salmon, spicy salmon, with veggies, onions, green peppers, carrots, and watermelon radishes. And then rice and quinoa. It's really yummy. And delicious. Mmm. Mmm. Spicy. Boy. I gotta take a break though. It's really spicy.
Yes! Woo! Oh yeah, oh yeah. If you want gift reactions like these, shop items that will make everyone on your list feel heard. For original gifts that say, I get you, Etsy has it.
Dear Autumn Leaves, you won't be covering roads alone this season. Take on fall in the powerful Toyota Tundra or tackle trails in a Tacoma. Head to Toyota.com for more info. Toyota, let's go places.
Oh my god.
How many days have passed like this? The city,
What is so yummy?
moving on. I sometimes have wondered where you've gone. Story carries on, lonely, lost inside. I had this dream so many times.
I did.
We spent has passed and gone away. Could there be an end to this? What I'm feeling deep inside. You know there's no looking back. Glassy sky.
It's so fucking spicy.
As long as I'm alive, you will be part of me. Glassy sky, the cold, the
Oh my god.
broken pieces.
That is delicious though.
The mystery of it I recall.
I agree, gratitude is important.
Suddenly the truth will change the way we fall. I didn't want to hurt you, you know. Empty promises,
Oh my god.
shattered dreams of love. Sometimes I wonder
The salmon came pre-seasoned from Sprouts, and then the rest, like the veggies, I cut up and sauteed them. But yeah, the seasoning that the store put on the salmon is very spicy.
meant to be. There's no going back. Time has already come. Sun is gone and no more shadows. Can't give up, I know, and this life goes on. I'll be strong, I'll be strong till I see the end. Glassy sky above, as long as I survive, you will be part of me. Glassy sky, the cold, the broken pieces of me. Glassy sky above covers
Yo, Niz, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Bro, yeah, it's so good.
Introducing our secret weapon, KFC's new original recipe tenders and comeback.
Thank you so much. Is that the subscriber sound? Wow.
Sauce.
Wow, how long does it play for? That's crazy. Is this still playing? Damn, every time you guys subscribe, you get like a whole song played for you. Please don't be copyrighted. Whoa, that's crazy. I think there's a new rule with mobile. If you can at all subscribe on PC, because I don't know if it's for the new Apple rules that are being launched. I know Patreon for Apple users, they put out a message how it's gonna cost Apple users more because of some tax thing Apple did. But I think for Twitch, they kind of just lumped it as all mobile users. So now it's $7.99 to subscribe on mobile versus $5.99 on PC. Which I think is kind of weird. They never really told us about it or why. Maybe they did a tweet that I missed or something, but I didn't get like an email about it. Not Shiro from No Game No Life, but Shiro from Dead Man Wonderland, actually. Bubbles, you know her. She used to hang out with Mitch Jones. I don't think so. Aw, thank you. Yeah, Shiro from Dead Man Wonderland. It's really good anime. I need to watch No Game No Life all the way through.
But your work took all your energy. You never listen when I just need an apology. I read our book, this chapter's closing our history. You just took like 20,000 hours from my life, so I deleted all our pictures off my fucking drive. Sorry. Thank you for the song, you broke my heart, and it's alright. Cause if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Right one, wrong time. Today's a good day to say goodbye. I was bad to you.
You were worse than me.
Baby, we just ain't meant to be. Fool me once, fool me twice. Shame on me for the last time. I was bad to you, you were worse to me. But baby, we just ain't meant to be. Trust in my affection. Sorry ain't enough and you seeked out way more attention. We was playing games or we was sitting different sections. And now I got your stalker and he's clouding up my mansion. You just took like 20,000 hours from my life, so I deleted all our pictures off my fucking drive. Sorry. Thank you for the song, you broke my heart and it's alright. Cause if it's meant to be, it's meant to be.
Oh, sorry, that stuff is so spicy. so frickin' spicy. Worse to me.
Yeah, you know I love to get high mellows. Fuck
Look around and lose control. My brain moves slow now, slow now. No, I love to get high my lows.
every time I talk I choke. Run faster till my heart explodes. Now slow down.
I love to get high my lows. Fuck around and lose control. Think fast until my brain moves slow now, slow now. You're Muslim. I did not guess that, Super. Really? Wow, okay. I love to get high my lows. I see. I guess that's where I'm like more leaning agnostic on things, is because like when things are like very final and like the chosen one, that's like a bit definitive for my psychology. No, I love to get high on my lows. Love to get high on my lows.
I saw this thing on Reddit and it was like this ad blocker that pays you to watch ads. Like, has anyone used this? I have to
I did hear that. Well, not the last part at least. Interesting, okay. Hmm. I see. Yeah, a friend of mine is actually a Christian Palestinian, which a lot of like Palestinians are lumped together as like worshipping Islam, which I'm not making a judgment on that, but there are Christian Palestinians as well. And like some of the world's oldest churches have been blown up in the Israel-Palestine conflict. So yeah, it's really sad to see how religion can divide us in those ways. Interesting, okay. Yeah, I would love to sit down and actually read the Quran and the Bible someday, like all the way through. Because I've read like quotes from both, but not like fully. I was raised to resent anything Islam. Like, the way I grew up in the Midwest, sometimes a larger city, sometimes small town, and with the way that people narrated stuff like that it was just all terrorist propaganda, essentially, or demonic from the more religious people in my life. That's what made me atheist, because I'm like, why? Like, I see. I'll have to read it. I have to read it. You can't find an original Bible. This kind of mouth-to-mouth propaganda. I am saying I will look into it. I take everything with a grain of salt when it comes to religion. I mean, I'm sure there's people who have memorized the Bible. Or whatever edition of it they're reading. Yeah, exactly. I come from a Christian family, and I know it can be very cult-like. Most religion.
You don't need previous experience or a degree. The Google Data Analytics Certificate will teach you to code.
Logging in. Welcome, user. Are you ready to begin?
Yeah, I feel like that's anecdotal. Like, I'm sure there's devout Christians, I don't know, that have like memorized everything, but I feel like it's all been manipulated over years and people are being misled. Like, there's people that openly admit to them using, like, the person who convinced Donald Trump to run, Roger Stone, openly admitted that they used religion to manipulate people into getting Donald Trump elected. Monk's like mountain, bro. Interesting. Okay. So there were some quotes that I had someone else share with me from the Quran that suggested some pretty heinous things. I cannot think of a direct one right now, or do I have like a link to it? Maybe you might know what I'm talking about, Saber. But what would you say about those things in the Quran that people object to? And what the big thing that I hear a lot about is, what would you say about things like Sharia law? That's like the big criticism that I hear of Islam from a lot of Westerners. Yeah, if anyone has any like direct things they can think of. Yeah, I know a lot of Christians can be very hypocritical and not follow their own laws or what is written. Welcome back, Sonic. Sharia is God's recommendations for humanity, how to run a society. That doesn't, from what I know of Sharia law, that doesn't seem so merciful. You know what I mean? Let's look into it a bit. What does Google have to say? What is Sharia law? Sharia is a set of Islamic religious laws that guide Muslims on how to live an ethical life. The word Sharia is Arabic for the way. Sharia law is derived from the Quran, the Hadith, and the Sunnah, which are the sayings and actions of the Prophet Muhammad. Sharia law covers many aspects of life, including personal religious observance, prayer, fasting, worship, family law, marriage, divorce, and inheritance, business transactions, finance, and risk-sharing, dress, modesty, that rules that require women to wear veils and be accompanied by male guardians in public places. Sharia law categorizes actions into 5 categories: obligatory, recommended, permitted, discouraged, and forbidden. For example, the giving and receiving of interest, riba. What does that even mean? The giving and receiving of interest, riba. What is that? Gambling, prostitution, and alcohol consumption are prohibited. Sharia law is practiced in different ways by individual Muslims and predominantly Muslim countries. For example, Saudi Arabia and Iran both claim to be ruled by Sharia, but they differ in how they implement its laws. So yeah, what comes to mind for me is the woman life freedom protests in Iran. I believe a woman was protesting the dress code, originated in Kurdish women's movements and gained global recognition in 2022 after the death of Masa Amini in Iran. I think that's fucked up. I'm more of a, like, the way I view God. God gave me the body he gave me without clothes on. God would not forsake me or condemn me. Thank you for the sub, Gim. Thank you so much for not wearing clothes. In my perception of God, he would not condemn me for being in my natural form.
49 months.
Thank you so much, Gim. 49 months. Holy cow, that is a long time. Thank you so much. I recommend you to check up Muslim Lantern. He has memorized the entire Quran. He debated people about all these kinds of questions every single day. But what I'm asking is your opinion, though, Saber, on things like this. I'm not necessarily looking for the most... Maybe I'll look into it. Maybe someday we'll have that conversation. But I'm curious what you think. Because I agree with you on, I would say, a lot of things. But this is where I start to distinctly question where our beliefs divert, because like things like Sharia law required modesty of people. For me, I reject that. I think that's actually harmful to people to have that requirement, and you can you can use the death of Masa Amani as an example of that, and the whole movement surrounding that. There is perspectives you might have forgotten, and remember one of his names is the most merciful one. No need to claim that he has condemned you. He always loves you. But I guess, like, what I'm saying is the sometimes extremist implementation of things like Sharia law. So this is, like, like where I think a lot of people kind of, like, have points of contention with it. But yeah, like, exactly. People have studied this for their entire lives. I also, like, something that really piques my interest is what Iran, the land, and the people that live there was like prior to it becoming Iran. I think that was it Persia before? I've heard people speak about this, but in a lot of Middle Eastern countries, there seems to be, like, in, like, the 70s, like, years ago, there was a very different implementation of, like, cultures and cultural, like, rules, it seems like. But yeah, I would love to do more research on this. Okay, sorry. Okay, you guys want to meet my dog? Sam? Come here, baby. Sam? Hi. Sam. Come here. You're not on screen? Okay, there he is. Hi, buddy. This is Sam. Yeah, I mean, me more what that means to you. I just bring it up as like, you know, like maybe the main point of contention people have with it, trying to kind of like bridge maybe misunderstandings. Maybe you can share more of where you're at. If you want to join my Discord, Saber, you could drop it and drop the links and continue the conversation in there with other people too, if you're curious and conversing. What do you think of losing 35K because of a guy has been dumb enough to trust the love of someone? Are you asking for a friend? Is this a personal thing, Nano? I'm sorry to hear that. I personally myself have lost a lot of money because of love. You know, so that's rough. It's a rough place to be. Any opinion on Bloodborne? I think I played it a little bit, like a few years back. I do, Ed. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Let me see.
You're Christian. Okay. Do you know the difference between Islam and Christianity? Like the similarities, differences? Okay. So, do you know what the difference is?
What's the difference?
Like,
Do you want me to watch
view
the Jesse
Jesus,
Lee
I think, is
Peterson
the
one?
most important thing. But I speak to many Christians and they view Jesus differently. So I want to know, how do you view Jesus yourself? What do you believe about him? Who was he? If someone were to tell you who was Jesus, what would you say?
Wait, so you're asking me, Nano, and then I gambled all my savings away because the money disgusted me afterwards. It felt like it was the root of my evil. So you said, what do you think of losing 35K because a guy is dumb enough to trust the love of someone? Okay, so did the person take the money from you? Did you spend it on the person, or did you decide to gamble $35,000 because someone broke your heart? I need that distinction. Either way, that's rough, buddy. That's real rough. Twitch Mobile decided to update. Oh, welcome back, Niz. Yeah, Twitch. I was discussing with you. I think after you left. Twitch for some reason is charging just $7.99 for mobile subscriptions, and $5.99 if you're on PC. There's some new rules with like Apple that's like charging more fees or something. I don't know if it's to do with that, but like I think so. But either way, that's rough. I see. Okay. Thanks for telling me more about your beliefs, Saber. I appreciate it. I enjoy understanding you better.
Son of God. Okay.
The
Do
gamble
you
is
believe
my
in
fault.
Trinity?
I was disgusted about money. I have no hate
Okay.
towards that someone.
So
Aw. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry, Nano. Gambling's really like easy to lose a lot of money really fast. I'm so sorry to hear that you're in that position. Honestly though, like if you're looking at it like of shedding that aspect of you that is like by money, yeah, like maybe that's like a way of like humbling yourself and like learning more about who you are without that. Like I have my own relation to kind of this concept. Like I've shaved my head before. I've never had that much money, but like for me the concept of like I don't know, shaving my head, it's like shedding this identity and this aspect of myself that I have this like attachment to. Um but yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. But I mean, yeah, like you can build it back up maybe in more of a fulfilling way. Maybe like in the future, like if you're having that feeling, maybe donate to charity. But I don't know, maybe the people who won the money from you gambling really needed it. So hopefully you didn't lose it to the casino. But I mean, you know, shit happens too. Yeah, I bet they like are not letting you use Prime on mobile because of the upcharge thing that's happening. It's interesting. Twitch has some interesting business practices. Yeah, dude, like a new haircut. Honestly, I'm feeling like a haircut pretty soon. I have not had a proper haircut in a minute. But yeah, definitely stuff like that to me can be like a nice, yeah, like reset. Um, like a new beginning.
Doesn't Trinity
Right,
say
let's.
that Jesus is God? Because the
If you guys
Father,
have
Son,
any other like YouTube recommendations, we can watch some videos for a while instead of music and do some research. If you guys have anything you think is pertinent to important things going on in the world or just your beliefs or anything like that, I'm down to watch a mixture of things. Or like cool games that are launching, like stuff like that. I haven't checked in on new games in a minute. But thank you so much for your Prime, Niz. I really appreciate that. Thank you everyone who subbed today. I wonder why the subscriber thing still says 21. Maybe if I refresh. No, it still says 21. Weird. Maybe they're all resubs and someone didn't renew or something.
so is he the
Yeah,
Son
it
of
seems
God or
like they're
God?
all resubs for the most part.
If we say both,
Bible says that he's the Son of God.
okay, I agree.
Yeah.
Does he ever, in the Bible, does he ever say? Sorry?
He imbues God. So
Okay.
God's spirit comes
Do I know
through
Sneeko?
Jesus, right?
Okay, God's Spirit comes
I've
through
heard of
Jesus.
Sneeko. I
So
don't
it
know
comes through
Sneeko
you and all of the
personally.
believers, right? Doesn't the Spirit come through all the
Do
believers
you like
according to
Sneeko,
Christianity as
Saber?
well?
Makes sense you call Destiny a cuck if you like Sneeko.
Yes. So what would make
Oh
Jesus
man, that's
different from
funny.
anyone else? Because the
Butterfly
Trinity.
effect is powerful. Like Michael
If
Jackson
you believe in
said,
the
start with the
Trinity,
main
when
man
you
in the
read the Bible,
mirror.
have you
It
read
is
the
never
Bible?
too late.
Yes, I've read the Bible as well, but I've
Aw,
not found any
hope is the
Trinity
last
there.
thing that
Not
leaves
the
us.
word, but even the concept.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean...
Yeah, okay, so I
In
don't know Andrew Tate as a person. I don't know Sneeko as a person, but a lot of the things I have heard them say online, I don't fuck with. I do not fuck with. I do not fuck with the whole like just taking advantage of stupid women, take half their money, like make them do OnlyFans, whatever the fuck, like that. I don't fuck with. The kids that are going up to Sneeko being like, "Yeah, fuck women, we hate women," like I don't fucks with that. Like, but I don't know them as people. I don't know how much is their true belief and how much is just said to get people to click on their shit. But oh man. Also, a lot of the things both of them do is very haram, like gambling, fucking prostitution. Like, he has become more humble now. Last time I saw fucking Andrew Tate tweeting like a few days ago. Someone was talking about him. I just look at his page. I do not get a sense of humbleness, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. Best of luck to them on their journey of finding God or whatever it is, but like also, yes, like being humble and understanding your impact when thousands of people look to you for your wisdom and your advice. Like, it's really important because we do not need more misogyny. We don't like, like there might be an issue to address or issues to address in society, but I don't think misogyny and harassing people who are LGBTQ is going to get to any more enlightenment. And yeah, I don't know, man. I have a very conflicting belief system with a lot of people who resort to Christianity or Islam. I'm very agnostic. I'm very like other, like not fundamental religious person, very agnostically spiritual, very not bless your heart. Bless your heart, sweetheart. Bless your heart. Yeah, you're too sweet. Thank you. Wisdom. Okay, I say that from the perspective of a 12-year-old boy. Okay, like I'm just like putting myself in their shoes. Like it was like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, I love Andrew Tate. And then they're just giving them the most dog shit advice possible for someone in their position. Their advice is for them. Like when Andrew Tate says something, like the fucking whatever, that's from his shoes. He has arguably successfully pimped out many women and profited off of this. But the more and more women become educated in their ability to procure success for themselves, the less women that are going to actually deal with that BS or fall for any of that BS. So the advice is becoming more and more obsolete the more he puts it out there. Because no woman, no cam girl in their right mind would let an Andrew Tate run shit for them when they could run shit for themselves. It's just a matter of like opening up the fucking echelon of like wisdom that other, content creators, cam girls, whatever, can give each other without having to give half of your earnings to someone like Andrew Tate or some kind of management company. So, like it's subjective. Wisdom is subjective. Like if you walk up to somebody who has never seen a fucking phone in their life and some guy is like, hey, look at this Andrew Tate meme, they're gonna treat that guy who showed them the first phone they've ever seen as like, oh my god, you are a fucking magic man. Like, Andrew Tate, who's that? Is he our god? Like so like more power to people on their healing journey, but I just do not think that people should be taking advice from people like Andrew Tate or Sneeko, because their advice is pertaining to them. And it's very subjective, and it's not like accounting like feminine perspective really a lot of the time. Yeah. What's the quote? Rather talk to Andrew Tate than Ben Shapiro. I'd rather talk to Sneeko than Destiny. None of these are good options. As like people to look up to, as like human beings, like flawed, fundamentally flawed human beings, like as equals, like they're humans, right? But as like role models or figures of authority, they're all dog shit. All of those options. But I don't know, like, the last time I heard Andrew Tate really speak, it was when he was talking to Adin Ross. And it was just like, it was a little bit scary. Kind of felt like I was watching a cult leader talk to somebody who was like acting out of line. Like, it's a little weird for me. Instead of being blatantly arrogant and evil, I mean, nuke the world, guys. That's my wisdom to say. No. Look, I do not judge him or anyone. In fact, it is Islam, or it is haram in Islam to judge anyone. Okay. They're taking advantage of people in all possible ways. Yeah, like that's the thing. I don't think anyone should like see people who pride themselves as like exploiters of the system as like a good role model. But that's my subjective opinion, I guess. In Islam is haram to associate partners with God. In fact, it is one of the biggest sins. I see. Look, tell me who you want to talk to. Zerka, Jordan Peterson. I actually had an opportunity to talk with Zerka. I kind of ghosted his manager about it because I was like, I don't know if I want to do that. And then I went on Destiny's show the first time in his room or whatever, and Zerka joined to talk to me. And then after that, Destiny burned the bridge with Zerka and banned him from the server. I don't know. I just I don't know, man. Lots of drama with the humans. I don't know how to navigate it a lot of the time. Um, Jordan Peterson? I don't know. I don't know who I'd want to talk to. I'd talk to anyone, honestly. It'd be an interesting conversation, but instead of doing your own research, you are looking into influencer. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do that these days, but I definitely do my own research, but not everyone does, unfortunately. Why not learn about what the prophets said? In fact, God sent us prophets to perfectualize, is that a word? The human character. Prophets are those whom we shall learn from. It is so funny and interesting. I've been dreaming to talk to these people because I would completely humble them, and you kind of know these people. I mean, I don't kind of know these people. I've talked to Destiny before. Like I said about Zerka, I don't know. I would just tweet at these people, like whoever you want to talk to, and try and navigate something. There's no guarantee really. The way that I got to talk to Destiny was I sent him a poodle pic, and it was a poodle with blue hair, and I was like, this reminds me of you, and there we go. That's the origin story of me and Destiny making contact. It's, you know, like a well-placed blue poodle pic did it. I can't guarantee that method will work again, but you know, like if you message me on Discord, Saber, I can message your Discord to Destiny, and I can tell him, hey, this guy wants to humble you, and there you go. Like you can have more odds of doing that. I'm an ascetic, and I believe everyone should be ascetic. Do you know what ascetic means? No, what does it mean? Ed is pretty supportive. Ed, I think Pinky, Ed, I think you guys would be good friends. You guys should be friends. Yeah, plant a seed. I'll be like, hey, yo, this saber shoots guy wants to humble you, and then you know maybe the seed will blossom. We'll see. I'd be interested to watch it. I healed the world today with my channeled love. See, I still have my own fears, though at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it's my upbringing. I can press play on this video. Would also love to hear more from you, Saber, about your opinion on forced modesty, Sharia law, and stuff like that. Because like the love and the oneness, like I vibe with all that. But like there's certain things about religion where I'm just like kind of sussy. kind of sussy, you know? Okay. That is an awesome way of connecting with the streamer. I mean, there you go. And then the first time I went on his stream, I went on there to argue about how he had a dog shit take about like he thought that, you know, if a guy invites a girl over, or vice versa, that they should just expect that the girl wants to fuck. I was saying that having that expectation is harmful. I explained why. And then I kind of told a little bit of story about how I first did mushrooms, which it's past the statute of limitations on that, but it was a interesting experience. Very interesting experience. Yeah. In Islam, it says if you even save one life, it is as equal as saving the humanity. Well, I think good deeds are very important. Yeah, I'm going to get some crack right now. I'm losing my mind with all those names. All the names that Saber listed. I feel like everyone you just named is like pretty conservative. But I guess maybe that would make the most interesting conversation. Yeah, I'm losing it. Oh my gosh. Don't die. Also, one can be spiritual without being religious. I think that's what I am. I think that's where I align, is spiritual but not religious. Yeah, I feel like Destiny wouldn't say no to a debate. It's just like if he doesn't see you right away, just keep pestering him. You know, it's content for him. He's all about the content farming, so it's not your daily dose of internet, it's my daily dose of crack. It's just a compilation of all the like crazy political people online.
Then I tend to agree with you.
Okay, okay, that's interesting.
On that level.
Yeah, because
know what I mean?
yes, because if you look for example at Jesus,
Obviously, man kind of changes things.
Exactly.
And what have you. So,
exactly. So if you look at history,
so I'm not a Catholic.
Sure.
Yeah.
You're a Protestant?
Pretty much.
Okay, so if you look at the Trinity, the idea of the Trinity, it comes in the councils, and that comes in like 325, 381. Later on, man introduces the idea of the Trinity, right?
You're right.
But before, there's no such thing as the idea of the Trinity. That's why when you look at Jesus, you know, Jesus prayed to God.
Yeah.
So can you be God and you pray to God? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, no, I get what you say.
Right.
Yeah.
So Muslims believe, this is now the difference. We were talking about the differences, right?
Yeah.
So the difference between Muslims and Christians is that Muslims would say that Jesus was a messenger of God, someone chosen by God to deliver a message of the Creator. He wasn't God.
That Jesus rose and then rose.
We don't believe he died.
You don't
So
believe he died?
we don't believe he died. And the reason is we believe.
What happened to him?
Excellent question. We believe God, you know what you call the ascension, God took him up, right?
Yeah.
So God did not allow, Jesus was delivering the message of God, right?
Yeah.
He was a messenger of God. God would not allow people to strip him naked on a cross, spit on him and kill him. We don't believe that.
Yeah.
And we don't believe, most importantly, in the original sin. Say that makes no sense.
You don't believe in the what, sorry?
Original sin.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so did Adam, when Adam ate from the tree, he didn't ask me. You know, I'm sure he didn't ask you as well.
No,
right?
yeah, right.
So how can we be sinners because Adam did something? So in Islam, we have the story of Adam and Eve.
Yeah, yeah.
But when Adam eats from the tree, Allah forgives him after. He seeks repentance, repents to God, and God forgives him. That's it. The end of story. There is no original sin that enters creation and everyone now is a sinner and now we will die. All of the story is not there.
Yeah.
Because in Christianity, they'll tell you babies are sinners. Why babies are sinners? Babies did nothing wrong. Look at the baby, you gotta smile, you know? How innocent they are, right?
Yeah.
How would you say that a baby is a sinner?
Yeah.
So we say that makes zero sense. We don't accept that, we don't believe in it.
Yeah.
We believe that people are born in their state, in the state that God created them in. There is a pure state. It's called the fitrah. Now they grow up, they can do sins, they can obey God, God, they can disobey God, they can choose to do either or. So you see here, these are differences within
Yo,
Islam
my
and
Twitch stream
Christianity.
is not working
And
for some
we say,
reason. Can you guys see me?
when you
Hear
look at
me?
rational aspects, do you believe the original sin is a rational thing?
The original sin.
Yeah,
To
take
say
that bomb,
you
bro.
are
You'll need it.
responsible
I
for what
need
Adam
it.
did.
I need it right now.
That I'm responsible for.
Give me just a
What Adam
second.
did, that sin
So,
into
okay.
creation and so
So,
on.
do I believe in Satan that he was trying to influence me and mess my soul up? Okay, here's what I believe. Here's what I believe about that. Okay. I believe I'm fucking traumatized. I believe I have been physically, emotionally, spiritually abused in my lifetime, and I have some maladaptive coping mechanisms and instincts with that trauma and the way that I was treated in my lifetime that can come out. Um, I don't really feel like that's Satan influencing me. I feel like that's like a trauma response. That's how I see that. But that being said, I think that's kind of like a programming that I am under that is not rigid and impossible to fix. I think it takes a lot of work, a lot of healing, a lot of gentleness, and doing the right things to heal those maladaptive instincts that I have developed through traumatic experiences. That is how I believe in regards to the like Satan influencing paradigm. I mean, like it's and that's not me being hard on myself. I feel like the times where I'm hard on myself and like the like negative voices are louder is when I'm feeling like PTSD or like trauma, like you know, like I feel like that's where that comes from. You believe you're a fallen angel? Wow. The painting is too sexy not to be it. Wait, what? Or the fallen angel, not just a fallen angel. You're the one. Abolish that darkness once and for all. Aw. I appreciate the kind words, Saber. I am the healer. I am the healer. See, I'm totally capable of healing my trauma and healing the things that hurt me or the negative sounding voices sometimes.
I believe that and I don't think it actually says that.
Okay.
That we're responsible for it.
What it says, it says Adam ate from the tree, and then it says that sin entered the world.
Yes.
And now death is written upon everyone, including you.
Yeah.
And therefore everyone is a sinner and falling short of the glory of God, word for word what the Bible
So
says.
basically, evil approached Adam, right?
Yes.
In
The
whatever
serpent.
shape of the serpent,
Yes,
or whatever.
yes.
But I mean,
Yes.
I think that's like how can you say, like almost like a parable for the manner in which it happened. So
okay.
We human beings are meant to be in the present, not in the past or in the future. Yep, the one. I love your persona. Thanks. Please look, Catnip. This is our prayer that we do every single day, almost at least 5 times a day. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful, praise be to Allah, Lord of all the worlds, the most compassionate, the most merciful, Master of the day of judgment. You alone we worship, you alone we ask for help, guide us on the straight path. The path of those who have received your grace, not the path of those who have brought down wrath upon themselves, nor those who have gone astray. I hear what you're saying, but my current psychology just doesn't like view that as like Satan controlling me. I understand the value and the importance of being in the present moment, But that's the thing about PTSD, is it brings you back to a previous moment, and then the work of healing that is regaining the power of the present moment. And that's like, there's been works like dialectical behavioral therapy that have been created to help people navigate bringing them back into the present moment, or focusing on gratitude and things like that, that I think are really, really powerful. I do not look down on you for your way of viewing things. I just personally view them a different way. I do feel God's love, though. I feel the gratitude. I have yielded so much. I've like definitely had my moments where it's like harder than others, but I definitely have done a lot of work with alchemizing it.
And so he broke what God told him not to.
The commandments of God, yes, yes. Disobey God.
And so God basically gave us free will, right?
Okay.
So we could choose to obey.
Yes.
And everything was perfect. There was no sin prior to that, right? Am I getting this right, as far as I understand?
You mean from the Christian perspective? From the Christian perspective is that Adam was created perfect.
Yeah.
And then he did not know the knowledge of evil.
And they were living in paradise, basically, right? There was no evil.
Yeah, at that time, yes.
Right?
And he didn't know the knowledge of evil.
God gave him a
command.
Don't
eat from the tree.
Don't eat from the tree.
Yes.
Which essentially is
the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, according to the Bible.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is it says that Adam did not know, because after he ate from the tree, now you know the knowledge of good and evil. So he didn't know before.
Yeah.
So how can God punish someone who doesn't know good from evil? I imagine an infant or a baby, they don't know good from evil. Would you punish a baby if they did something wrong?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think it's punishment.
Welcome back, Niz. What would I do if I had $1 million? Ed asks. I would buy land, make a self-sustaining home, pay off all of my debt, and I would probably try and invest in multiple pieces of land to build self-sustaining housing for my extended family. Oh, I'm sorry. What is ascetic? I missed you answering that. Or I think the Twitch stream might have cut out. What is it, ascetic? Yeah, I would invest too with a portion of it. Like like stocks, Bitcoin a little bit. But I think a really smart investment is land and housing for people with the rising rent costs. I accept God into my heart. I just have a different perception of God than a lot of people who are religious. Like the modesty thing. That's kind of a point of contention for me with a lot of religion. I have a very specific trauma that makes me see that the issue is not with my naked body in pertinence to the decisions that men make. That is something fundamental about a lot of religions that I reject, that in order for a woman to be respected, she need be modest. That's a big one for me. Don't want to trauma dump or anything, but that's a really big one for me, that any god that I would pray to or that I would accept into my heart wouldn't treat it as if it's a woman's fault for being viewed in an objectifying way. That's, I feel like, darkness within the person viewing a naked person in a certain way. So, yeah. Thank you for the posture check and the follow, Callan. Or Kalian. It's kind of hard to read the text from back here. I think that's why I keep going like this. An ascetic is someone that abstains from sensory pleasure to obtain higher intelligence. What would classify as sensory pleasure? Because, like, I would think that, like, smelling flowers and, like, drinking water is a sensory pleasure, you know? My day's going pretty good, Kaylan. How about you? Yeah, hijab, taking it step by step, multi-mank. Okay. Get myself a girl that does actually check up on you. Aw, do you not have friends that check up on you, Nano? Oh no, she said Bitcoin. I heard Bitcoin's gonna go up though. I don't know. I do want to make more tangible investments rather than like financial investments, if that makes sense. Okay, cool. I'll look it up. I'll look it up for you, Saber. You trying to convert me right now? Is this what happened to Sneeko? Oh man. No, they also use you for money. Nano, no. That's fucked up. Dude, I done burnt all of my bridges with people that were potentially using me. Like, fuck. I let that shit ablaze. Like, the moment, like, people didn't, like, check up on me because they cared, and they're just like, yeah, so money, though. I'm like, cool. But it's like, I get it. Like, the society we live in, money is, like, everything right now, but, like, it's not always gonna be that way. You know what I mean? At least in like the way my world works, like reciprocity and like compassion are so much more valuable than monetary things. But I get for some people that's a little different. But Jerome, it was so good to see you. I hope you have a great day. But it's like we live in a society, right? You have to play the game, sure. But like you can play the game in a way that is still like valuing your fellow human beings, you know? Um all right, all right.
Discover the new Gaza Learning Center, brought to you
Why
by
am I
UMA.
lagging?
In the heart of Gaza, this center is a beacon of hope, offering education and
It's not just for reverts. It's not just for people who are new to Islam. It's even for people who are born Muslims, who are struggling with hijab. I want to tell you what I found very, very interesting. You see, you get people saying, listen, it's haram. Listen, what you're doing is totally forbidden. We know the ruling. We want to get there. If you start off moving in a direction where you're improving in your dress code, inshallah, you're doing the right thing. And the way I answer this question, perhaps very few others would. So it's interesting to know. I have a habit of putting myself in the shoes of the person asking or the people and then give them something realistic. Let me give you an example. We had a sister who accepted Islam and she used to wear miniskirts. And literally,
That
what did
sucks,
we
Nano.
say
I'm
to her?
sorry.
We said, my sister, do you know what? If you find it, inshallah, easier to put on
What is inshallah?
a jeans and a top, it's better. Is it not better? The little boy is saying, it is, mashallah. It is better. Put on a, So how could you condone a jeans and a top? My brother, if you knew where she came from and where she is today, you would say, Alhamdulillah. Do you agree? So people don't know your journey. It's your
Okay, this is a
own
little bit
journey.
like
You know the movement.
culturally removed from where I'm at, so I don't understand the meaning of his language in this.
you've made, wallahi, it's sufficient between you and Allah. And you also know what's ideal. You know that one day I'm going to get there. I know people who've been in full hijab and abandoned it due to whatever reason. It's probably shaitan, maybe the curse, because they were laughing at others who were struggling in the path. So don't worry about what others say. You have to move your own pace. Then from that you can wear slightly looser clothing. You can have a bottoms that's maybe a little bit not tight fitting. That's another stage. And you can get to another stage. And slowly but surely, the stages that you move upon, you know them, Allah knows them, and maybe a few people around you might be able to acknowledge, we know where you've got. When I see someone, wallahi, I will never judge them because I don't know where they were. All I know is today they're in a better place. That's all I know. And for me, that's good enough.
No, don't get heroin, Nano. Don't get no, no, no. Don't get fucking heroin. Stop, stop, Nano. No, Nano, no, 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 Nano, Nano, no, Nano, no. Oh no. Okay, you better. No, legit though, like I know people joke about that, but like fucking one day, like I had this really sweet coworker when I worked in Kirby Lane Cafe in Austin, Texas. Really fucking sweet coworker. Loved her so much. She always like fucking looked out for me. Um, she didn't show up for work one day, and we found out she died of a heroin overdose. I had no idea she did it. And I like, yeah, I've like within the like destiny kind of orbit, some people I've like come in contact with, like there's people who struggle with addiction and they've like gotten off things like heroin. So like, please don't do drugs, guys. Don't do hard drugs that can kill you. Do mushrooms instead. Go ask someone for a hug. I love you so much. Please don't do that. Yeah. Um, don't fucking do it, bitch. Don't fucking kill yourself. I will piss in your fucking ghost Cheerios. Fucking bitches, don't you dare do it. Don't you fucking dare. No heroin in this chat. You fucking hear me, guys? Don't fucking do it. Don't do it. In the Bible, Jesus said, pluck your eyes out to men, which shows that it isn't the woman's fault. I like that. Well, I'm an artist looking for some commission. Any chance you would like to commission something for yourself? If you don't mind, I would love to show you some of my work. I have a self-promo channel in my Discord if you want to drop it in there. I don't have any money to commission anything right at this moment, but maybe in the future, I definitely keep my Discord in mind when going to people for commissions. I did get your definition of it, Ed. I did. And you said that's what you are, Ed? Yeah, definitely be safe out there, guys. There was just a couple people from my home state who actually died of seemingly accidental fentanyl overdose. So always test your stuff. Be really, really careful. Be really safe. You know, I know a lot of people aren't in the position to be sober, but if at all possible, try and be sober. Like I smoke weed and I do a little bit of mushrooms. You know, like do what is healthiest for you. I'm sorry.
Family members, children, we've got people around us. Everyone has their own
Yeah,
struggles.
it's
I
so
have my
fucked
own
up.
struggles, but I know where I am today. And I know that between me and Allah, I keep telling him, Ya Allah, I want to do better. I want to do better. And I'm going to do better. And I try to do better. And I do better. And then I thank Allah. But nobody's going to be upon the ideal. I know of sisters in niqab, meaning they actually cover their entire face and they wear a veil that shows only their eyes. And then you get a guy coming and say, Astaghfirullah, you're supposed to cover those eyes. Where do you stop? I'm not doing it for you, brother. You're supposed to damn lower those eyes. What are you looking at my eyes for? There's nothing you can see besides my eyes, and you've got a problem with even that.
Yeah, that's the problem with the man. Okay, I see. I see. Okay. All right. I subscribe to him.
Your movement.
I love when people try and find like a more of a common ground with things. And I know there's like some extremist Islam where it's like it's not even the problem with the woman what the woman's doing. It feels like it's just trauma at that point. Like you're just like it's the need to control. You're having some kind of trauma response by trying to control something. And that's like actually something I've been pretty outspoken about is how I disagree with a lot of Western intervention in countries in the Middle East, and the complexities in situations like that has led to people's becoming more traumatized and maybe more extremist in their beliefs than they maybe used to be, because there's, like I was talking about earlier, like what cultures used to look like back in the 70s in Middle Eastern countries is much different than what it's like now.
Your pace, for as long as you know what's right and wrong, inshallah, keep going, and by the will of Allah, He will grant you that opening. But I want to say, keep asking Allah to facilitate for you that which is pleasing to Him.
Yeah, I saw that, Ed. I'm very interested in trying that sometime, actually.
To do that which is pleasing to you. Oh Allah, make it facilitate for me halal. Oh Allah, make it difficult for me to do that which is displeasing to you. These are du'as. You keep making them. You ask Allah genuinely. He will open a door and He will grant you goodness. Shukran for that question. Lovely and amazing.
Link out.
Stop. Give me a few seconds of your time, please.
Why is it lagging?
Don't be surprised that there is no.
How do you guys feel about the
Hello,
cloned meat?
everybody. Welcome back to the Hippie Hour podcast. I am in my prayer room, in the family prayer room, and there's a lot of construction going on as per usual. So it's going to be a little bit loud. Before I start this video, I want to tell you guys to pray for Palestine, because what they're having to endure is not anything that a human being is supposed to endure. And so I ask you to ask Allah to make them victorious. Then us Muslims will stick together and we will fight this together, because these are our brothers and sisters and we cannot leave them alone.
Oh, it's so sad, man. So sad.
Anyway,
it's like, how could you not, like I'm talking to like a lot of people in the West, how could you not see her as a human? Like I've been talking about this quite a bit lately, at risk of a lot of criticism, but I feel like terrorism a lot of the time is a matter of perspective, because how could you not like understand that a lot of innocent Palestinians view like the IDF or Western countries as like terrorists for just fucking up their people, you know? Thank you for the follow, Cryo. Welcome in. Like she's clearly a human being. She was clearly like saying like fight in means of like just protect whatever the fuck they have left, because it's not fair to them what happened to begin with. It's just so fucking sad, because like a lot of people in the West will just like justify what's going on and just like call people like this woman like a terrorist, and it's just so fucking removed from humanity. And a lot of people will view like one group as like God's chosen people and they want to like reign victorious, and it's just so fucking sad to see like humans like fuck each other up like that, and not see the other side as human. Are Palestine bad or good? what happened on October 7th was fucked up, but that's not where it started. And what's been happening to the Palestinian people for years before this has been really fucked up. There's been a lot of like really horrific things on both sides, but for the people who thank you, Stan, for the Patreon donation. Thank you so much. Whoa, what the fuck was that? That was weird. For the people who just like want Palestine to be obliterated or Israel to be obliterated, it's like we have to be able to like live in peace. Like I feel like that is what a god, whatever version of God you're looking to, would actually want for us. And I feel like if there were a Satan, he would want us to just keep bombing the shit out of each other. That's how I feel about the issue. I think everyone to a degree feels like they're the good guy or they know what is right, but it's not so simple. Like both are good and bad. Both have extremists, both have fucked up shit happening, but one side is much more heavily armed, and that's essentially why we're on the verge of like World War III, is because like the side that is much more defenseless has people who want to protect them, and rightfully so. It's not fair that any group is being looked at like they are the evil one. I think that's antagonizing itself and creating more pain and devastation for everyone involved. Yeah, and I mean, like, I want to look more into this. I saw it on Twitter. I needed to verify more of it, but was there a coup happening against Netanyahu right now? Like, because I know that not everyone in Israel agrees with what's happening. I know not everyone in America agrees with what the American military does, especially former soldiers, honestly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's fucked up. I'm sorry to say this, but my friend at school, he like Palestine thing, my mom told me to not go with him and I don't know what to do. So here's my thing on protests is there's a lot of diversity of opinion in protests. So I would be careful. This is from speaking from my experience at the George Floyd protest in 2020. I would just be careful about where you're at, because like big groups, things can get really chaotic. There's some bad actors out there intentionally trying to make the protests look bad. So I'd be specific about the movements you join, but I would absolutely demonstrate for peace, if anything. I would absolutely research what's going on in a variety of different ways to understand more about the conflict. But I would personally, no matter what, advocate to protect civilians and journalists and to put an end to indiscriminate bombing of civilians, like on any side. So I am personally going through a lot in life and going through a really big transition. I cannot risk getting arrested. So I am mainly doing things online and things in person that are like low, like very low risk. So it's to your discretion. But I know some people are so fed up of how things are going, they are willing to get arrested. They are willing to demonstrate in ways that disrupt weapons from being transported, which I commend them. And unfortunately, there's, been soldiers who have self-immolated, which, as much as some people can ridicule them and dehumanize them or mock their intellect, the people who do like see what's going on and see the direct repercussions of that, like the soldiers getting PTSD from knowing what's going on, I feel like we should be listening to those people the most, really. And it's sad that they feel so helpless that they would ever come to the means of lighting themselves on fire. That's insane. That's just like, and we should have listened to like climate scientists too, like years ago, who were doing that. Like, we should listen to those people as much as some people can be like, oh, they're fucking insane. Like, this is a fucking glaring red flag. Like, something bad is happening right now. We can't just like normalize it. Like, I know Donald Trump said something like, just get in there and end it already. And they're like, what does ending it mean? Like, you can't just like remove all these people from their homes and then sell the land and act like that's okay. Okay. All right. Dog, don't eat my feet. Don't eat my feet, I swear to God. Yay. Sunrise, you're keeping my head low. I mean, Sunrise, I really want to be doing more. I really, yeah. But it's just like, I don't know. There's not like, how do I put this? As a parent, as a single mom, like I can't my kid's future and raising a kid, making myself a well-rounded person and raising a kid that could do more in the world than what I had the ability to do, I feel like is really important to me more than anything right now. Um yeah. But if anything ever happened to my kid, I would go full vigilante, honestly, at this point. Anyways,
I wanted to make this video about Palestine, but I did not do enough research, or I do not know much to be able to
I wish
speak
the
about
legal
it for
system didn't
40
work the way that
minutes.
it did, but
Inshallah, bi'idhnillah, I will get
I
to
can
it
only
one
do so
day.
much.
And as for now, for the Muslims that don't know what to do, just keep praying and donate if possible, but just keep praying. Never underestimate the power of dua. And it's our obligation to keep supporting our brothers and sisters. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is a big topic that I really wanted to get to, but mind you, it's going to be a little more conversational today and less, I guess, educational, like what the hijab is or whatever that, topic entails. I'm not going to be talking from that perspective. I'm going to be talking.
Do you think that social media is stalling your healing, that people have always been the issue and not your choice? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by that, Nino? Oh, he fired himself to fight. What? The people in power, they want people to fight each other. Yeah, I agree with that.
About the hijab for those who are
I'm also
struggling
even
with
like,
the hijab.
there is a part of me that would normally maybe not talk about things like this because of like fear of my dad watching this, because my dad is so binary good versus evil, thinking like Islam is evil, that even me like talking about it, I feel like would trigger an issue, unfortunately. I think that's
And
why I'm
those
so
who
like
wear
agnostic and open-minded to things, is because like he was just so rigid to things growing up. It made me really not want to be like that.
it but know that they can wear it better or more properly, because we can always improve ourselves for the sake of Allah. And so before I start anything, I want to say Allahumma shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli.
Thank you. One sec, guys. I gotta answer a phone call. Hello, Brisky. Okay. What's up, broski?
I really want to be honest with this. I want to be as honest as I can be in this topic because this is a topic that when I see a lot of girls talk about on social media.
I'll actually be back in like 10 minutes, guys. I have to go do a thing real quick.
Easy. But that won't stop you. We're here to help you get it.
Okay. Hello. Bye, Nismo. Beep beep bop. That doesn't exist, or what are you on about? Goddamn. Man. Placebo effectives work, though. It's effective than a lot, more than a lot of, drugs, actually. The medical system is flawed and still needs dire improvement. Bam bam bam. Wow wow. Okay, there's a new Philip DeFranco video. This is 40 minutes long. I will listen to part of it, and then we'll watch Phil.
You know, because they don't want to make girls feel bad, or they don't want anyone to get hurt, and I understand
I'll
that.
buy you dinner if you want.
There is wisdom.
What kind of dinner? I just put nachos in the oven.
But I'm going to give you a warning from now. I'm not gonna be nice.
Sorry, I had to switch my car battery out.
About a lot. I'm not gonna be nice.
It's running again, though.
About wearing the hijab for the sake of Allah.
What are my
It's not a light topic, and no matter how much you try and convince yourself that this is not a big deal, you know, there's always time. No, there is not time, and I'm not gonna be nice about it. I'm gonna be harsh. I'm gonna tell you from now. And right now, I'm feeling a lot of emotions with everything going on. So that's gonna find its way in there. You know, I'm probably gonna scream at some point, but I'm gonna try and keep myself together. That's why I started this video with the dua, because I want Allah to speak through me in this one. I don't want to do the talking, to be honest. It's gonna come from the heart. Okay, it's from the heart, so it has to reach the hearts. It's not, you know, lip service where I'm just saying things about the hijab to make you feel better, to make you feel more motivated to do it, because it's more of a truth and a realization that you have to come to and come to terms with, to understand the gravity of the situation, to understand what you're dealing with.
If you're looking for a career where you can really make a difference in the world, to help and connect with others in a meaningful...
And so I ask Allah to make this easier for me to talk about, but also keep it truthful and honest, and hopefully effective. That's the goal, to keep it effective. So Bismillah, I'm gonna be talking about my journey with the hijab first and foremost, because first of all, I want you to relate, because I was not good with the hijab for a good amount of time in my life. I wasn't good with it at all. You know, I talk right now about the hijab and how it's very crucial in Islam. It really is. And how it's not a joke.
It was the YouTube video we were listening to. It was the song, I believe.
It was not pretty. It was not a pretty sight. I grew up in international schools. I was in mixed schools. Throughout my childhood, I just was exposed to all kinds of cultures. And my culture was the only kind
What
of
country
culture
is
that
your
had
family
their
from,
women
Saber?
covered. So from the start, you can imagine that me as a kid seeing my mom covered alongside all of the other moms that like were wearing the short cute skirts, on open bazaar days. They'd bring their cute cultural foods and they dress like so colorful and whatever it is. And then there's my mom in the hijab in the corner of the bazaar with her waraganab, her grape leaves. And I love my mom so much. And so ever since I just got a bad taste in my mouth about the hijab, I just thought like this is literally keeping me and us from being able to connect with people. Like this is really, it's more a hassle than anything. So growing up, I was nearing puberty closer and closer, and one day I hit puberty and my mom told
Jesus
me,
Christ,
okay,
Nano.
now you have to wear the hijab. And
God, it
I
is
was still
insane.
abroad at that time. We were still abroad. I was still in international school. And so I was like, no, I'm not. Like, are you joking? I'm not going to do that. Ew. Astaghfirullah. But no, I was dead ass like that. So I wore it late, like 2 years late. But that's because there's no justification for it. I'm not going to, like, give you a justification. There was no justification. But we were in a society that just did not like the hijab, that almost hated the hijab, that found it to be, like a bad thing, an oppressive thing, a thing to be like annoyed by.
God damn,
to
Nano.
that degree. And so I
How do you
didn't
even like
wear it
have
for
that kind
2
of money
years.
to gamble? What
And
do you
then
do?
we came to a Muslim society, and that's when I felt comfortable wearing it. And
Oh
so
wow,
I
Saber.
stayed on that for about 3 years, wearing the hijab in the proper way.
Thank you
And
for
this
sharing
was all
that.
in my childhood, by the way. So like this was a while back. And then we moved again. And this time we moved to like a region that's between Asia and Europe. And so
Holy.
I was still gonna wear the hijab. I told my mom, don't worry, I'm gonna wear the hijab. And she didn't even say anything. She was like, okay, that's a given. You're gonna wear the hijab. I know that. I'm like, yeah, don't worry. I'm not gonna take it off, okay? Don't worry. That was foreshadowing for my future because, well, she was gonna worry because later on I do take it off. But I'm still getting to that. I'm still getting to that. So getting to this new school, this new mixed school all over again, being exposed to all of this like amazing way of life, of freedom and coolness and being like other people. Gosh,
An
it's
inside
so
job
fun,
from
and
who?
it's totally not toxic and actually sad. So I went into it thinking I'm gonna be a cool girl in my hijab. I'm gonna wear all
He
of these
said
different
earlier
clothes and have
he
these different
dropped
styles, and I'm gonna be so
35,000
cool.
because
They're
a
gonna
girl
wanna be my
broke his
friend.
heart.
See how my mind was working at that time? That's how my mind was functioning.
It's okay. It's a
And
pass
so
now.
I
Okay,
bought
good.
all
Good,
of
good.
these new clothes.
I hope you're doing better.
I literally bought a new wardrobe because I wanted my hijab to look cool. I went on Pinterest. I made like 1,000 those boards, the dashboards. It's not a dashboard. God, what is it? It's like pins when you collect pins together and like worse and worse and
There's so many ads. Why is it 13 seconds long? Okay.
worse. And at some point, my hijab wasn't even a hijab. I started to put like this tube on my head that was not even a hijab. Okay, it was a tube. It was like a black tube that was covering my hair. Like, so like my
This
Surah
video is long,
Al-Baqarah,
I'm
where
sorry.
Allah says, "Summun bukmun umyun fahum la yarji'un," deaf, dumb, and blind, and they're not returning. Like they're every sense that they can perceive information with is just blocked, and that's how I was with my mom. I was like, Mom, respectfully, there's nothing that you can say that's going to make me, not want this. And we went on this resort somewhere, during winter time. Fiber of my being knew that what I was doing was wrong. And I'm low-key tearing up about this because I feel like I'm being brought back to my past. Like it's a PTSD moment, you know? But I remember,
I'm
like,
trying to
we would have
understand what she's
nightmares,
saying. I think she kind of went back and forth on it. I think she didn't want to
and I
wear
would
it,
be
and
so
then
anxious all the time.
I think at the end
And I
she,
would
she does
overthink
wear
a
it.
lot. And I would always listen to what people had to say about me and take it like it was the truth and feel the need inside myself to change myself for them, to please them, to make them more comfortable, in turn making myself more uncomfortable.
I say whatever empowers you. I don't think it should be forced one way or
And
the
I
other.
felt more uncomfortable sitting with myself alone as time passed, and it felt like sleeping at night was the hardest thing, and that anyone who ever got to do it was the luckiest person in my eyes.
I'm sorry,
All
Nino.
because I knew deep down, and I mean deep, deep, deep down, that what I was doing was so awfully wrong, and that my priorities were so awfully misplaced.
What kind of projects are you working on, Nino?
And so, going through that time, I was crying every night before going to sleep. I couldn't even go to sleep because of the tears that were dripping down my eyes. And when you cry a lot, your nose starts to block, like you can no longer breathe properly. Fasting and praying. And by the way, during Ramadan, I slept well actually. And I remember one night I couldn't sleep. I just did not want to sleep. Like there was a lot of energy in my body. I probably had too much food that day, and I didn't want to sleep, so and it's still in my heart. It's like burned into my heart because that moment was when everything I felt solidified and became so solid, and I realized that I was just chasing an idea. When Allah was there all along, I was chasing this idea of happiness and joy, but Allah was there all along, just waiting for me to come back. And so, this part even makes me even more emotional, which is not, good, seeing as to how emotional I am right now. I'm gonna try not to be that emotional. But the next day, I went to my mom. And my mom was the one that was most affected by this because
Okay.
my mom is very, 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 very close to Allah, because she's had to endure a lot of things in her life. So that made her have like really, really, really high iman and yaqeen in Allah. And so seeing her daughter go through this lie of this dunya and believing it, she felt like it was a stab to the heart. And the more I grow up, the more I understand her. And so the next day, I went to her and we were both fasting, so our breaths really stinked. And I told her,
please don't skip us, because if you skip us, you denying us and our family and the chance of visibility for people who can get this. And if you can get this, all you have to do is watch this video all the way through. We are a Mudahir family from Gaza. After losing our home, memories and precious things, we made it a mission on us to save our lives and compensate our loss. All you have to do is take 1 minute of your time and interact with this video so it gets viral and reaches as many people as possible. And if you are generous enough, just to try to give help, and thank you so much.
Aww. Okay. I'm going to I think she had a complicated relationship with it. I think it empowers her. I think that's what she was trying to say. I don't think I was like the target audience for that video. I'm just trying to better understand other cultures. Da, da, da. Philip
There is a
Franco.
lot that we have to talk about today, but let's
I'm
start
gonna
with
listen
how
to my
young
dad
men have
speak.
swung so heavily towards Donald Trump in this election, and it's raised questions about a major generational shift to the right, and also sparked a debate about the influence of media, job prospects, and education gaps. Because while people have been looking through the data, talking about all the different demos, I want to focus on young men and their turnout for Trump. With NBC News exit polls finding that men 18 to 29
Yeah, I
went
get that
49%
suburb.
for Trump and 47% for Kamala Harris, with that gap being way more pronounced in swing states. Where CBS News found that men under 30 in Pennsylvania, they voted for Trump 56% to 38%. And ABC News finding that in Michigan, Trump had a 20-point lead with young men. And understand, this is a major gender gap nationwide because Harris got 61% of the vote for women in 18 to 29. And while yes, young people in general went to Harris, the Democrats' hold on young voters, it's shrinking. With, for example, CNN finding that the advantage went from 24 points for Biden back in 2020 to just 11 points for Harris. And Axios noting there that this shift, especially considering the turnout from young men, quote, signals that the MAGA movement, with the support of a great deal of America's youngest voters, has lasting power. And the thing is, right, this shouldn't be a complete shock. There's been coverage of the political gender gap heading into the election. Right? I mean, back in August, the New York Times ran an article titled "Many Gen Z Men Feel Left Behind. Some See Trump as an Answer." And that is 100% something that Trump's campaign was actively trying to tap into, especially in terms of young men's media consumption. You had Trump just bouncing from podcast to podcast of these big male influencers. And hell, even early in the morning when Donald Trump had won the election, Dana White credited these people.
I want to thank the Nelt Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Because not only did Trump sit down with these influencers, many of them used their platforms to advocate for. The Nelt Boys posting frequently about Trump online and condemning Harris, even going on to Fox News to discuss their support. But of course, Joe Rogan was easily one of the biggest podcast appearances, and that ultimately ended in a Trump endorsement. Though this also, as some argued, that he didn't even need to appear on the podcast to court the votes, that the popularity of those creators alone was indicative of where young men's politics lean. And all of that, as you've had some influencers ringing the alarms about it for a minute now. With, for example, this clip of Hassan Piker on Crooked Media's Offline podcast that was filmed earlier this year, now gaining some traction.
If you're a dude under the age of 30 and you have any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out, whether it's, I don't know, listening to like a history podcast or whatever, every single facet of that is just completely dominated by center right to like definitely center right to Trumpian right, like openly Trump right, not like genuinely neo-Nazi. That part is quieted down a little bit, but like they're like 90% of the way there. It creates a lot of vulnerable men who are looking for answers. And I think a lot of right-wing podcasters and the manosphere and the like take advantage of that. And they do a very good job of taking advantage of it. They're like, oh yeah, you're angry. You're angry because trans people exist. You're angry because women are taking your jobs. Like they should be going back to a traditional lifestyle.
And then of course, as people have been discussing the, the so-called manosphere trend or like kind of this world, a lot of people have then been pointing their fingers at the popularity of Andrew Tate, who is a self-described misogynist, where he's notably celebrated Trump's win by saying he wants to move back to the US and even posting a photo of him as Trump's press secretary. Also cracking jokes about the win, saying things like, I saw a woman crossing the road today, but I just kept my foot down. Right of way, you no longer have rights. And so now you have people arguing, if the Democrats want to win, they need a liberal Andrew Tate. And I will say, and I'll expand on this in a moment, yes, I think it is true that Democrats probably need to rethink their media strategies, especially as it pertains to the youth vote. But I think all of this, it could also be an oversimplification, with, for example, the likes of Bloomberg showing charts about why young men likely voted how they did, noting that after years of stagnation, median weekly real wages for men aged 21 to 35 rose steadily during Trump's first tenure as president. Also, they're noting that many men entered the workforce under Trump, though there was notably a big pandemic drop, and many did enter again later under Biden. But the association of those original jobs, it was there nonetheless. And this, as Bloomberg noted, that many men are falling behind in education. And if you look at how demographics vote, the no college degree crowd was much more likely to vote right. So you have places like Bloomberg noting that all this made Trump's rhetoric appealing to young men. But then they also argued that Trump may have made young men feel heard during the campaign, and they did experience some genuine improvements during his administration. But then adding the shifts in the job market are real, and it's not clear Trump's policies will help young men adapt. And so with all of this, there are a number of things at play. If you are someone in this demographic that voted for Trump, I would love love to hear your thoughts on why you did it, why you didn't do it. And it can be a specific thing or a general thing. But what I will say is I don't know if the left needs a liberal Andrew Tate, but I do think that the left needs to get better about going to the public square. What I mean by that is if you look from independent to right-wing influencers, they have been embraced by the right-wing political machine. You have right-wing politicians that have podcasts. They also go on other people's podcasts. They also embrace podcasters, right? They open the doors and fully embrace the likes of Charlie Kirk, lifted him up, and there's a whole range of these folks. Whereas you see that a lot less from the left. Granted, you do have outliers. You have Bernie Sanders. I mean, it was a big deal when he went on Rogan back in 2019. I mean, he's also a great example. He hopped on Theo Vaughn after Trump. AOC is also very skilled in the space. And, you know, in the lead up to the election, the Harris Walls campaign did some things here and there. But I mean, to give you an anecdotal example, when I went to cover the DNC, there was like this whole official way to try and get access to certain politicians. We got one of the probably, I don't even know how many people we requested. But then separately, even though they told us not to do it, we started reaching out to campaigns, and we got Governor Josh Shapiro. He seemingly understood the value of talking to people in our space. We had to film the thing in some like echoey back room, but he took the time. Whereas with, I guess, likely soon to be former Senator Bob Casey, my team worked to get that interview. We had something set up, and then they just bailed on us. And it genuinely felt like they thought Casey was the get and not the other way around. That he was being given access to an audience of 18 to 35-year-old voters. Right? And understand, I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm not saying I'm like some crazy big deal, but I'm saying that there seems to be a disconnect for a number of politicians, and I think it feels like more so on the left that they don't understand the value proposition. You go to where the people are. But yeah, like I said, I'd really love to know your thoughts on this whole story and situation. But then we got to talk about how, while, you know, Donald Trump is not president technically yet, his victory alone, as expected, has already thrown a wrench into the criminal cases against him. Because right now you have multiple outlets now reporting that Special Counsel
I got
Jack Smith is
nachos.
in active talks with senior leadership at the Justice Department on how to wind down the 2 federal criminal cases against Donald Trump, right? And specifically the ones charging him with trying to overturn the election and hoarding classified documents after leaving office. Right? And I say as expected because this move is coming because once Trump's in office, he'll be protected from charges thanks to standing DOJ policy that prevents sitting presidents from being prosecuted. And while again, yes, he is not president yet, there's no way that those cases could be resolved before Trump's in the White House. And then regardless, we know that one of his first actions in office would be to have his new attorney general get rid of those cases. I mean, he even said himself that he would fire Jack Smith within 2 seconds of taking office. And all of this is you have sources saying this effort to unwind the 2 federal cases is driven by a need to smooth the transition between the administrations and avoid a showdown. Now, as far as what exactly this unwinding is going to look like, that currently remains unclear, but it could get very complicated. I mean, we're talking about something that's completely unprecedented. And as NBC explains, it leaves many questions unanswered, like, could the prosecutions resume after Trump leaves office, or would they be time barred? What happens to the evidence? What about the 2 other defendants charged with helping Trump hide classified documents? Also, will the special counsel write a report as special counsels usually do? Right? And on that last point, it is possible that even with the unwinding, Smith could still have time to finish his reports on the 2 cases before Trump assumes office and presumably fired him. And that would definitely be notable because Attorney General Merrick Garland has implied that he would make those reports public. And while no, there wouldn't be any legal ramifications there, it would kind of be a big middle finger to Trump. But then, notably beyond all that, the Mar-a-Lago documents case, right, that also poses a unique challenge, right? Because that case was technically thrown out by a Trump-appointed judge who bucked decades of legal precedent and ruled that Special Counsel Smith had been appointed illegally because his appointment wasn't approved by the Senate. Now there, we saw Smith appeal that decision, but Justice Department officials have worried that the judge's ruling could jeopardize any federal prosecutor or even any senior official serving in a temporary position and thus wasn't approved by the Senate. And so as a result, there are serious sweeping concerns about what would happen if the appeal is dropped and the judge's decision is left unchallenged. But then also, it's not just the federal cases that have been upended simply by Trump winning, because the sentencing for his criminal conviction in New York over the hush money payments that he made to Stormy Daniels, that's now in jeopardy as well. With Trump technically still currently scheduled to appear on November 26th to receive a sentence for his conviction on 34 counts of falsifying business records. So the key thing there is it's now widely expected that his lawyers will use his recent victory to try and disrupt the case from a few different angles. Right, one option that sources say his lawyers are working on is to have the case thrown out altogether on the grounds that as president-elect, he has the same constitutional protections as a sitting president, which would mean that he's protected from sentencing by state prosecutors. But then, even if the judge dismisses that argument, Trump's attorney could appeal to a higher court and seek to delay sentencing further while they do. And that's in no way their only option for delaying sentencing. Another route that they're all but certain to take is to postpone the sentencing indefinitely on the grounds that he's too busy getting ready to assume office to stand for sentencing or other court procedures. And again, these are just a few. There are a bunch of different maneuvers and appeals that his team can take based on various different legal outcomes. And so really what we're looking at is Trump's not going to face any accountability for his crimes in New York before he takes office and gets sweeping immunity. And then even if he somehow did one day, it would be years from now after he leaves office, which is definitely a thing he is going to do. That's what I keep telling myself. Despite all the memes that people are throwing out there that the Republicans are going to make it so that a person can run for president a 3rd time, which would then lead to the Super Bowl of campaigns of a Donald Trump versus Barack Obama. But then, to take a quick break from the news for a second, I can't tell you how freeing it is to just step right into a puddle without a second thought. Because I'm not about to let rain or puddles slow me down. I got stuff to do. And that is where our longtime sponsor, Vessi waterproof sneakers come in. The waterproof tech keeps my feet warm and dry no matter what the weather's doing. And there's just something awesome about saying yes to the elements instead of planning around them. And comfort-wise, these shoes are insanely good. I mean, for me, they were comfortable right out of the box, no break-in period, just pure comfort. And the real highlight is that they don't look like your typical waterproof shoe. I could wear them to dinners, on errands, or even out with friends, and they look great. And pretty much the fact that I never have to worry about wet socks when wearing my Vessies, it's just, it's the little things. Plus, they go with everything. Jeans, joggers, slacks, pretty much your daily wear. Vessies are just the no-brainer part of my day, which I appreciate. I got too much to think about. So if you're ready to step into comfort, Vessi's early Black Friday sale has select styles for just $99 at Vessi.com/DeFranco. Don't wait, grab yours before they're gone. Vessi.com/DeFranco. But then, I want to quickly cover some election updates that we've seen with the House and the Senate. And we'll start with the upper chamber because we now have the official confirmation that Democrat and previous guest of the show, Alyssa Slotkin, has won the open Senate seat in Michigan, with that notably being one of the tightest and most closely watched races this cycle. She just barely beat her Republican opponent by 0.39%. And her win there is a big deal for a few reasons. First of all, the seat that she was running for had been vacated by a retiring Democrat, making it a prime target for Republicans to flip because Michigan's a swing state. When you're fighting for every vote, it's definitely helpful to have that incumbency advantage, which neither had. And while yes, the Republicans have already won the Senate, keeping their majority as slim as possible is very important for the Democrats. It makes it harder to get things done. I mean, just look at the Democrats' slim majority for the last 2 years. It hasn't worked well for them. But another reason Slotkin's win is so notable is the fact that she won an open seat in a state that Harris lost. Because during an election year, most people usually vote down the ballot, so they'll vote for a senator who's in the same party as whichever presidential candidate that they're voting for. So when the presidential candidate does well in a state, the senator can ride their coattails. But when they do badly, they can also drag others down with them. Now that said, sometimes incumbency can offset that, which can help explain why Senator Tammy Baldwin won her re-election in Wisconsin, even though Harris lost that state as well. And so for Slotkin to win this open seat, that speaks volumes both about her as a candidate and how the people of Michigan feel about Harris. Because not only did Slotkin win her race, her victory means that Democrats have not lost a single statewide race since Trump won the state in 2016, which also makes Harris's loss there especially notable. So the people at the top of the Democratic Party, they better be putting some serious energy into how the campaign went so wrong there, or they should probably have new people at the top of the party. But with that said, let's move on to key House races. Because the House right now is still technically undecided, though the Democrats' path to victory is narrowing. Republicans now have 209 seats to the Democrats' 195 as of recording, with so far both parties managing to flip several key seats. And very notably, there you have Democrats now turning a total of 3 seats previously held by Republicans in New York's 4th, 19th, and 22nd districts. We also saw an incredibly significant and historic flip in Alabama, yes, that Alabama, with Democrat Shamari Figures beating his Republican challenger, winning the state's 2nd district. Well, Figures technically
That was like my no shit reaction because Kamala's campaign kind of sucked, and the DNC kind of sucks. I'm not a Trump supporter. I did not vote for Trump, but the DNC kind of sucks. I voted for Kamala. Begrudgingly. I just food for thought.
The seat, it's also a bit of a unique case because the district was actually just redrawn after federal judges forced Alabama to change their map to better represent black voters, which notably is a ruling that the Supreme Court upheld in a shocking landmark decision. Right, and we talked about this before, but a little TLDR because it's interesting. The Alabama GOP had drawn its congressional map, so just one of the state's 7 districts had a black majority, and that despite the fact that almost 1 in 3 voters in Alabama are black. And so under the ruling, the Republican state legislature was directed to redraw.
I mean, but if you're a U.S. citizen and you don't want to vote for either, there are third-party candidates that probably align more with your values. So if you're not going to vote anyways, I highly encourage participation even for third parties if you don't want to vote anyways. For American citizens, at least. Yeah, because I think a lot of us are really sick of the two-party system. The Republican and Democratic Party. I think electing a third party or changing the voting system a little bit would shake things up, I think, in a good way. But
majority black, with then the voters there electing figures. And his election actually breaks a bunch of different fucked up Alabama records. Because despite the fact that a third of the state is black thanks to years of gerrymandering, he's only now the 4th black person ever to be elected to Congress from Alabama since Reconstruction times. And this is also the first time ever that a black person in Alabama has been elected to Congress in a district other than the 7th, which, as we've talked about, was the only black majority district Alabama Republicans allowed to exist until they were forced to redraw their map. And so as a result, this is the first time that Alabama has 2 black members of Congress serving at the same time. But then, of course, with all this, we need to talk about the Republicans, because they have also flipped key seats as well, with the big ones there being Michigan's 7th district, which notably is the seat that Slotkin is vacating, as well as Pennsylvania's closely watched 7th and 8th districts. And all of this is everything still developing, right? We're still waiting to see more results soon. And then in connected news is we're waiting to see if Republicans secure a trifecta with the House. Regardless, this morning we saw Biden addressing the nation for the first time and promising a smooth transfer of power to Trump in the White House. Something that, of course, is in line with the promise Kamala Harris made yesterday. And in this speech, we saw Biden taking the time to thank election workers for their service and notably saying,
I also hope we can lay to rest the question about the integrity of the American electoral system. It is honest, it is fair, and it is transparent, and it can be trusted, win or lose.
With Biden also adding,
the struggle for the soul of America since our very founding has always been an ongoing debate and still vital today. I know for some people, it's a time for victory, to state
Watch
the
a cartoon
obvious.
about it on Twitch
For
polls.
others, it's a time of loss.
I'll be back.
Campaigns are contests of competing visions. The country chooses one or the other. We accept the choice the country made. I've said many times, you can't love your country only when you win. You can't love your neighbor only when you agree.
But then, while pretty much everyone in America and people all around the world were paying attention what was happening Tuesday night to see who America would elect, there was also one country in particular that was paying extra special attention with a mixture of hope and fear, and that is Ukraine, right? And I mean that literally. You had Ukrainian soldiers simultaneously monitoring Russian troop movements and US vote counts from their bunkers on Wednesday morning. With one private even telling the New York Times, it feels like a small loss of hope for better support in our difficult struggle, knowing his stance and sympathy toward our enemies. But then adding, at the same time, I understand that the situation has become so tough recently that even the aid we've received hasn't been enough to improve our position, right? And part of what she's referring to there is Trump's well-documented hostility toward military and financial aid to Ukraine and his longtime admiration for Vladimir Putin, which, as many Ukrainians and their supporters worried that he's going to cut off aid at a time when they're already struggling to hold their ground against a larger and better equipped adversary. Though this also, as President Zelensky has been nothing but flattering towards Trump. I mean, kind of just putting it on strong, with Ukraine's leader congratulating Trump after the election and publicly saying that he looked forward to, quote, an era of a strong United States of America under President Trump's decisive leadership, and adding, I appreciate President Trump's commitment to the, quote, peace through strength approach in global affairs. This is exactly the principle that can practically bring us just peace in Ukraine closer. I am hopeful that we will put it into action together. But, as far as Donald Trump's actual plans for the conflict, if they exist right now, we're gonna have to wait and see, because he has refused to detail what they are every time he's been asked, with him just simply promising to end the war in one day, though not specifying how.
Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives.
Do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
And so because it's not clear, many have taken that to mean that he's going to turn the screws on Ukraine to settle with Russia as quickly as possible, which, would almost certainly mean conceding territory on unfavorable terms. Right? Because currently, Moscow occupies about 1/5 of the country. Now, with all this, as far as what he is actually going to do, a lot of the details are going to probably come down to his key appointees. Because if, for example, Donald Trump picks somebody like Mike Pompeo to lead the Defense Department, he's likely to take a more hardline approach toward Russia. But if he picks someone like Richard Grenell for his Secretary of State or National Security Advisor, that could create pressure in the opposite direction from within his administration. But of course, and this is the big ultimate thing, the buck stops with Donald Trump himself, and as one of his former National Security Council aides told the Wall Street Journal, anyone, no matter how senior in Trump's circle, who claims to have a different view or more detailed window into his plans on Ukraine simply doesn't know what he or she is talking about, or doesn't understand that he makes his own calls on national security issues many times in the moment, particularly on an issue as central as this. But whatever does happen next, it's going to be vital in determining the future course of this war. Because as our boy Ned Stark put it, winter is coming, and Russian forces in recent months have been advancing at the fastest pace since the war began nearly 3 years ago. With right now, Ukraine's short-staffed military having to constantly shuffle soldiers around between hotspots on the front line, which then leads points they came from open to attack, which is exactly what Russia's been wanting and doing. And this is January to September of this year, Ukrainian prosecutors recorded about 51,000 soldiers soldiers deserting their posts, more than double the number from last year. And all of this at the same time as 10,000 North Korean soldiers are now fighting alongside the Russians, though their numbers probably won't be decisive. So if the United States abandons its ally, we'll have to see if Europe can pick up the slack. Though even that technically may be up in the air after what just happened in Germany. Because Germany's ruling coalition has just collapsed. So now you have the country bracing for snap elections that could see the far right get major gains throughout the country. And this after things officially came crashing apart after Chancellor Olaf Scholz sacked Finance Minister Christian Lindner. Though really, that was just the straw that broke the camel's back. You see, Scholz relies on 3 parties to maintain a majority, including the Free Democrats that Lindner belongs to. However, they've been having huge disagreements about which direction Germany's economy should go, as the country's been dealing with about 2 years of economic trouble. With things really coming to a head over the budget, with Scholz accusing Lindner of blocking proposals on shaky ground and thus putting party over country, with Scholz going on to say, "We need a government that is able to act, that has the strength to make the necessary decisions for our country."
I was
With
born
Scholz now expected to reach out to the
in the
opposition
wrong
Conservative Party to try and get his
life.
budget passed, which was likely blocked because it had
God
spending
damn it.
increases, and Lindner and his party are extremely financially conservative. And I also don't mean like spending increases across the board. It was mostly just on the military, which a key thing here is something that many European countries are considering now that Donald Trump will be president again. But also, running a minority government, that's expected to just be a short-term thing, since on January 15th, he plans to hold a no-confidence vote. And it's widely expected that he's going to lose that because he's in the minority, meaning that there would be snap elections sometime around March. Now, obviously, that's not just around the corner, which is also why he's facing growing pressure to speed up that timeline and have a snap election much sooner. And that's including calls from Lindner, which is interesting because his Free Democrats are polling below 5% right now. Which another key thing is the threshold needed to even be allowed into parliament. There are also other parties that are pressuring, such as the Christian Democratic Union, which are currently leading the polls by a massive margin at 32%. Which also, to be clear, this is a small d Democrat, so if you're American, don't assume that they're like our Democrats, and the CDU is best described as a center-right party. Either way, their leaders said they want elections as soon as next week, and added, there are also a whole series of international commitments, conferences, and decisions in the European Union that now require a German federal government that is capable of acting. We simply cannot afford to have a government without a majority in Germany for several months. Also following them are the far right, AFD, and then Scholz's own SPD. And so it makes sense that a lot of these parties, they want the election now while they're still up in the polls. Whereas Scholz, obviously he's going to want to delay it to have enough time to try to dig his party out of the hole they're in. But really, unless something changes there's a real chance that Germany is joining some of its European neighbors in the United States with a turn to the right. Although I will say, obviously, there are some big differences there, such as security across Europe. And this, as Trump has a history of antagonizing NATO partners, and he clearly doesn't want to send more arms to Ukraine. Whereas the Christian Democrats over in Germany, they're the opposite, and they've been frustrated by how slow European help to Ukraine's been. But for now, we'll have to wait to see what happens, though the stage is definitely set. But then, taking a quick break from the news, can you name every subscription that you're signed up for? I ask because I know I can. And it turns out over 74% of people at .com/PDS. But then let's talk about how the far right and alternative health enthusiasts have a new hill they want to die on, and it is raw milk. Also, to my buddy Richard, if you're watching this, I am not making this because you said I need to start drinking raw milk, and I didn't want to have a conversation about it, and so I did a whole deep dive into this. That would be crazy. Which, if you're unfamiliar, raw milk is just unpasteurized milk, right? It hasn't gone through the process to kill all kinds of nasty bacteria that could potentially contaminate it. Things like salmonella, E. coli, and listeria. Because for decades, pasteurization has been a very standard and basic health measure, and it's pretty simple, right? You're just heating milk to a certain temperature for a set time to kill all the gross stuff. That way you can be spared from diseases that killed people for centuries, like tuberculosis, typhoid fever, and more. And if you don't pasteurize your milk and drink it raw, well, your chance of consuming harmful bacteria, it increases, right? And it could lead to food poisoning symptoms like vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and body aches. And these illnesses can be especially harmful to immunocompromised.
Okay, sorry, I was muted. Why is the dude pretending to be so neutral? Why not just speak out his authentic opinions? Else it's just confusing crowds with overload of information. I think he's generally like non-biased. I think you'd probably say he's like a liberal. But he does give his opinions at many different points. He just tries to present the news in like a factual manner, but he also does give opinions. But I think that's actually why a lot of people like him. When you stand for everything, you stand for nothing. I think that's a spectrum. Because I think you can like be a little bit extremist on your beliefs. And also be open-minded to the other perspective and try and come to an objective thing. You can also just have like I have disagreements with you, but I'm not like a Christian who's like Islam is horrible, blah, blah, blah. I'm like opinions are just vast and different. Yeah.
People, children, elderly adults, or if you're pregnant. But
The
still, social
lollipop
media
is
is now
dying. Help the
full of
lollipop.
content from
I'm
people
eating it.
consuming and promoting raw
I'm
milk
killing
as
it.
a healthier and more wholesome option than pasteurized milk. Where some people showing themselves giving it to their kids straight from the udder, saying it tastes like freedom. Others saying things like,
raw milk
He used to be better? How so? He used to be like clickbait Megan Fox. You know, like I don't. In what way do you think he used to be better? You should make a video essay about it. You should like show the old Phil, and then show the new Phil, and then your take on how he's changed.
Healing food for humans.
Did you know that raw milk never goes bad?
Never drink regular milk. Only drink raw milk that's unpasteurized.
Right, in this pro-raw milk crowd, it involves a wide array of people. You have the likes of Gwyneth Paltrow saying she puts raw cream in her coffee every morning. RFK Jr. saying he only drinks raw milk. Marjorie Taylor Greene likewise tweeting that it's healthy. And among their reasons, they say that raw milk just tastes better. It's more nutritious, easier to digest, especially for those with lactose intolerance. And they also say that it can prevent seasonal allergies and asthma. Though with that, I will say the FDA would beg to differ, saying that pasteurization does not cause lactose intolerance or reduce milk's nutritional value. And this is notably the FDA is not alone, right? Most food scientists say that there is no nutritional difference between pasteurized and raw milk. But for example, Nicole Martin, an assistant research professor in dairy foods microbiology at Cornell University, telling the Washington Post, what folks
It seems
really
like that's
need
what
to
he's
hear is that this
doing. He's like
product, raw milk,
disputing
does
raw
represent
milk.
a higher risk of illness.
Seems like he
Even
has
if they
an
perceive
opinion on
there to
this.
be a nutritional benefit or a health benefit, there really is no support for that in scientific studies. And while other experts have noted that not all raw milk is going to make everyone who drinks it sick, you need to pasteurize it in order to remove the chance of contamination. And this is even true if you get it straight from your clean and friendly neighborhood farm, with an associate professor of food policy at Northeastern University telling Women's Health, buying raw milk from a reputable farm with good hygiene practices may reduce the risk of contamination, but it does not eliminate it. Even well-managed farms can have bacteria present in the environment, equipment, or from the cows themselves. And adding trust in the farm's reputation does not
I
equate
just
to
drink
a
my milk
guarantee of
straight from the
safety when it
udder,
comes to
okay?
raw milk. Also with this, you had an infectious disease specialist at New York University further explaining to Rolling Stone that a ton of people are drawn to raw milk because it seems more natural, but saying drinking raw milk is about as natural as drinking water contaminated with raw sewage. Pasteurization is no more unnatural than cooking, refrigerating, or freezing food. We do all of these things to make food safer to consume. Right, and to give some context here, before pasteurization standards were adopted 100 years ago, 25% of foodborne illness in the United States was related to dairy, but now dairy products only account for 1% of these illnesses, which is why you had one expert telling the Associated Press that drinking raw milk is kind of like playing Russian roulette, and the more you keep drinking, the more likely it is to get you. And again, this, as the raw milk crowd, is not just the organic, crunchy, natural wellness people anymore. It's now become a sort of flashpoint among the far right and anti-establishment crowds as well, with some drinking it to kind of just stick
What's
it
wrong
to
with
government
being
agencies. For
crunchy?
example, Mark McAfee, owner of Raw Farm USA, telling the Associated Press, people are seeking raw milk like crazy. Anything that the FDA tells our customers to do, they do the opposite. With the outlet also adding that sales of raw milk are increasing even as a new risk has entered the chat. Right, cases of bird flu were confirmed in U.S. cattle in March, but in May, weekly sales of raw cow milk have ticked up somewhere between 21 and 65% compared to the same time last year. And notably, the virus has been found in high levels in the raw milk of cows who were infected. Now that said, a few things. One, very importantly, the virus is killed in pasteurized milk. And two, it is still not clear if the virus can be transmitted to humans via untreated milk. Right, some doctors think that it's unlikely we would get it this way, though others think that there's a possibility because cats on dairy farms have gotten bird flu, likely from raw milk. And so three, the overall consensus is that bird flu is definitely not the biggest concern when it comes to raw milk, but it's still not worth the risk, with Dr. Megan Davis, an environmental epidemiologist at Johns Hopkins, telling the New York Times, the precautionary approach would be to avoid raw dairy products altogether. We have so many unknowns. But despite both the unknown and well-known concerns, raw milk sales are okayed in at least some capacity in most states, right, with some states allowing retail of it, others restricting it to farm sales or requiring pet food labeling.
I'm
Again,
surprised
this is not a
Wisconsin
red state
bans
versus blue
it.
state thing in terms of allowing sales. You've seen states on both sides
They
of the aisle
let
approve.
minors
This,
drink
as it has
alcohol in
become a political
Wisconsin,
statement
but
among
they
the
don't
right
let
and
them drink
among
raw
others who
milk.
just don't want to listen to or trust the government. With Matthew Mata, who studies health misinformation at Boston University, telling the Associated Press, it's not that people are stupid or ignorant or that they don't know what the science is. They're motivated to reject it on the basis of partisanship, their political ideology, their religion, their cultural values. And this is folks like James Fitzgerald, an associate professor of security studies at Dublin City University, told Rolling Stone that going against scientific consensus and government recommendations provides individuals with a sense of agency, freedom, and control. Noting it's one of the reasons why the topic taps into broad support among individuals who may not otherwise support far/left extreme right causes, right? Noting that it's similar to those who oppose vaccination during COVID. And this is you had one epidemiologist telling the outlet that there is a good reason a lot of people do not trust the US healthcare system, right? It is profit first and accessible, difficult to navigate, and all of that pushes people to alternative guidance. But some, like Fitzgerald, saying it also pushes people further into conspiracy, saying that anti-establishment groups can use the raw milk craze to boost other theories, right? Because it probably won't surprise you, but there are a ton of theories about liberal control of food sources, and once you can hook someone on something like raw milk, it might be easier to feed them that as well. But yeah, with now all that said, of course, I'd love to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts regarding the whole raw milk situation? And I'd really love to hear from people that both drink
Am
it
I
and
high?
don't drink it. Except from you, Richard. You have already
I just
talked to
had
me about it
nachos.
enough. But then finally, I want to end with a congratulations, and then also just something I kind of want to say, and it's related to some comments and questions. But yeah, first, congratulations to August H. And that, because August is our latest SeatGeek
Así
prize
pasó
winner who
un
just won $500 in our weekly SeatGeek giveaways with his choice of
bollo.
SeatGeek tickets. And August is using his winnings to go see things about kind of my emotions. Right? Some saying, Phil's having a rough day when he doesn't call us beautiful bastards from the get-go. Others noting that, saying the news really steamrolled Phil. Another writing, you can tell how bad this is when you see the light dye in Phil's eyes when going between the pre-recorded ads and the current news. But then there's also, as a number of people were commenting, that they felt like I would be more overtly emotional. And actually with that, some friends who watched the show saying like it almost made them feel like they were taking crazy pills because I seemingly wasn't showing emotion in the coverage. Right? And with that, it almost made them feel like they were even more alone with what they were feeling and going through. So I kind of want to hit this for a few things. First, that if you are feeling angry, sad, scared, dejected, I 100% get it. I personally felt dejected, though I will say I oddly feel less anxious now than before the election, because at least now I know what's happening, right? I can plant my feet now and move forward, because in this life we just have to control what we can control. And so for me right now, that's several things: being there for friends and family who are concerned, but also game planning for this show for 2025, doing projects around the house. And as far as not showing emotion in coverage, I think that is a mixed thing. One, I try to keep my own feelings and my own emotions out of the stories. I think that comes from a sense of trying to be whatever I think fucking professional is. But then also too, as someone who in my life, like, things just did not go my way for the first 25 years of it, I found that the best way
I've been
forward
watching
for
Phil
me
since the beginning.
personally, I'm not saying I do not recommend this, was to compartmentalize my
I know, right?
feelings and put it in a box and just focus on the work, which brings us back to control what you can control. But I say all this because I just want to make clear, please know that you are not alone in your feelings and your concerns right now. And I don't know if any of this made sense or helped or whatever, but I wanted to comment on it if even one person was just feeling overwhelmed and disconnected. But on that possible note that maybe I hit, I will end the show by just saying, hey guys, I love your face. Thank you for being a part of this. You are not alone. Stay safe out there, and I'll see you right back here on Monday.
Okay. I kind of want to play video games. Would that be bad if I played video games? Or can I pet that out? I'm level 42. What? What? Level 42, orc druid. Orc. This is my cosplay for today. Mm-hmm. Why the fuck not? Why can't an orc be a druid? That's racist. Orcs can cast healing spells, man. I don't care what no one says. This one just came out like 40 minutes ago. What's the fact? Okay, I'm done. Bang-a-rang.
And if the world's still turning, I tell the people what would you be concerned with, yeah. And if the world's still turning,
Okay, I'm gonna open it up. League of Legends. We're gonna play TFT. Who wants to play TFT? Anybody, any subscribers want to play TFT? Listen. Don't you lag. Thank you. League player. It's TFT, okay? Heroes of the Storm. I have not played either. The world starts burning. Healing the world with TFT, okay? TFT could heal the world. Just give it the chance. Swedish, am I right? I'm like a mix of Irish, German, Norwegian, Polish, probably some Swedish in there. I'm like a European mutt. If the world starts burning, but it don't.
Please leave the ads on
But
my
you should
video.
but no. No. I will not. What is that noise? Is that League? Is that League right now? Oh my gosh, the arcane stuff is out. Oh my gosh. Okay guys, I'm a dirty League player. I'm sorry. Don't judge me. You can't judge me. It's haram. If you judge me, it's haram. You can't. Who the frick is Smeech? Oh, they're launching all these new champions? Oh no, these are teamfight tactics things. I get excited over this stuff. Like Arcane made me cry, man. It just let me have my things. This is my escapism. What is Kronk's treasure? Oh god, no, that's too chaotic for me right now. I think we're gonna play some ranked though, because I was doing pretty good at it the other day.